I forgot to take my pills. Hello. Oh, it's. Itchy nose. Hello. All right, taken. Cool. That's because of the green. That's because of the green screen. Whatever. Hello. How do? I am here. I keep saying I'm late, but you know what? I could be here whenever the fuck I want to be here. So y'all just be glad my presence is here. You know? It takes a minute to look this good, you know? As much as I love the cleaner look of the green screen, man, does it piss me off. Because I like this fuzziness pisses me off. I mean, that's better. It's just because it's so close to me, so the light like reflects back onto me. So there's not much I can do about it, but I do my best. We do our best here. We do our best. And some days are just better than others. See, because I go like this. Ah! It just fizzles, and I hate that it fizzles like that. The fizzle is annoying. Oh, that's better. Whatever. I'm gonna stop fucking with it. Whatever. Okay, so I don't know what we're doing today. I have a few options, but it's up to you all what you want to say. Do we go more spoops? Do we go simulator? I'm kind of down for whatever. Fucking. This wig still has a bit of work I need to do on it, but takes a lot to take a cheap ass wig and make it real, okay? Make it real enough looking. Alright. So I have, okay, well, this can shut off now. Go away. I have a couple options. We have Firework, which is a game I've had for a while now. Well, I haven't had it for a while. It's been on my wish list for a while. It's like a Japanese, Chinese. It's just another country's horror game. Let me see if I can get a better description because that was not great. Accidental fire at funeral forces the police to reinvestigate a closed case of a massacre. Horror, indie, puzzle, drama, 2D, mystery. So, you know, all the things we love here. Or there's Corpse Factory, which is what Emmy introduced me to yesterday. They said it'd take me on a trip. Obscure website allows users to request a death. Victims supposedly receive a photograph of their own corpse before they're killed. With English voice acting by all-star cast. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Whispers and rumors are spread through the city like wildfire. Memories of a bizarre website have started to pique the interest of more than a few people. Ooh, this seems like real up my alley. Ooh. Okay, so we have that. And then we also have Tiny Bunny, which is another weird horror game that I found. It's a visual novel horror, non-linear horror visual novel. Those who have heard the voice of the forest are beyond help. Let's see. 20 hours, Jesus. I'm just looking at the reviews to see how long it is. Visual novel, you say? Yes, these are all visual kind of novels. Um, Here, I'll show you. Here, let me just show them. I should probably. Whoops. Nope. Ignore that. I forgot to hit that. So we have Tiny Bunny. Uh, which has a very like artistic, spoopy, scary style. We have Firework, which is like a puzzle indie walk alongside. This is kind of like Tokyo Dark style, but more pixel based. But it's like the sidewalk, and then you it's the 2D style, and then you walk along as questions, whatever. Um, and then Corpse Factory, which is one I was recommended yesterday, which apparently will take us on a wild fucking ride. Ooh, crazy lady. So those are their three options. So we're gonna eventually play all three of them. We might be able to get to two today. I don't know how long they are, so I can't really say. But I want to do one for sure, and then maybe do something else after that. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. But I can't really decide what to do, so kinda. I like Corpse Factory. I already know it's gonna be good. So I'm kind of leaning towards one of the other ones just to see. Like Corpse Factory is supposed to be one of like the occult classic type thing. Like it's supposed to be really good. People really like it. Um so I already know that one's going to be good, whereas I haven't seen anybody play the other ones. We also have to take a break from these and play Stardew at some point because it got updated. Where the fuck is Stardew? Hello? Yeah. Oh, I don't even have it installed anymore. Yeah, the new update for Stardew came out, so I just don't want to play it right away because I feel like everybody gonna be uh you know playing that. Wow! From Gab? Yeah. I haven't watched Gab lately. It's just because we play the same stuff, and so like half the time I can't watch her stuff all the way through. I do want to start a new farm, MC, and I'm going to. I just don't want to do it first day because everybody and their mother is going to be playing it. I would rather let people get into it and play through it themselves, and then I'll go through it on the second wave so that the people who've already played it can come in and either help me or kind of vibe, you know? Versus like being on the wave that everybody plays it right away, you know? I've always been that person who doesn't want to play stuff day one. The only games I've really played day one are like Apex when updates happen, or even Pal World. I didn't play day one. But as soon as I knew what it was, I played it. Deathmark 2? What's Deathmark 2? Uh, might help if I spelled death right. Where's Deathmark 1? Ooh. Ha. Is it in English though? English language not supported. Nope. Unavailable in your preferred languages, yeah. Deathmark 2. Suspense horror game set as at a prestigious academy when rumors circulate about supernatural occurrences at the famed Konohara Academy in Tokyo H City. It's up to the spirit of the Kojo family, also known as the Spirit Doctor. Ooh. Okay, I see you. This reminds me of what the fuck is it called? 50 bucks though. That's a lot. Why can't I remember the name of it? It reminds me of. I'll find it. Hold on. I'll find it. 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 What is it called? Oh my god, this is killing me. Danganronpa. There we go. Jesus Christ. Danganronpa. Just because of its school setting, weird shit happens, people die. You know, that vibe. Hi, Carlos. MC, have you started already on your farm and stuff? I guess yes, you have, haven't you? Because I saw the achievement on there already. Yeah, I've played all the Danganronpas. I love them. I have. Did I stream them? If I did stream them, it was very, very early days when I had no viewers. If you guys are interested in Danganronpa, we might be able to like go through all those again. Except the problem with Danganronpa is I hate the fucking trials. The trials are so fucking repetitive and dumb. Yeah, MC, if I played, I'd have to start over, and I think I would do it myself, and I would have to go hard on it. I would have to like, I would really have to like sit down and play it because I'd have to really get past the first part. I'd have to speed run a lot of it because I was just like, ugh. But then maybe I think what I started is like do the 1 day a week thing, but I don't know. I have to do it just because I have to do it, but still. Danganronpa? Yeah, it is good. It's really good. The games are really good. It's funny. It's fun. It's just the uh trials are very monotonous and like you kind of figure out if you have half a brain, you kind of figure out who the killers are like right away and it's just a lot. And me being that I've already played them, I don't. The first one I fully remember because I've played it. I've watched a bunch of shit on it. I've watched the anime. Like the first one, I totally know. The second one, I kind of remember. Um, the was it the third or was it three or was it Trigger Happy Havoc that happened after that? Oh no, Killing Harmony. This one I remember, and then it was Trigger Happy Havoc. Wait, was it this one? This was the first one. Oh my god, I'm getting so confused. Okay, so this is the first one. This is the second one. Yeah, okay. This is in the school. This is on an island. This is in the school again, kind of, sort of. And then this is his sister and one of the crazies. This one was okay. I I mean, it was okay. I played it. They were all good. It's just I don't replayability is kind of meh. Anyways, let's get back on topic. What the fuck are we playing? Let's do Tiny Bunny. I have decided. We're doing Tiny Bunny. I have decided. Yeah, I mean, it has stuff in it that you can go down different routes. So, like, you can spend the day with different people and get different storylines that way. So, like, the main meat of the game, you could get a lot of different things, but it's all going to lead you to the same shit. So, it's not like it's a different storyline. So, I don't know. I was just thinking, has it been long enough since I played them if I will forget them? But I've revisited the first one a lot, so probably not. Oh, you can change the language. Look at that. It's English. Oh, hey. Hi, bunny. Full screen. Auto, everything. Crank that bitch up. Jesus. You can just change the... You can change where it's at. Oh, I got a voice act. Okay. Let me prepare myself here. That's how I prepare myself. The wind clawed at my window all night long. It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing, and arguing about something. Hi, Wasabi. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves. There was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. Just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12 after all. Still. Oh, there's a raccoon! Oh! Oh! It was like a fox! I just finally looked up. It was like a fox raccoon. Fox raccoon? Whatever. The owl will arrive.
Убери книгу немедленно.
Oh. Hey! Put away your book. Can I? Oh.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом.
How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slouched you are. As I just corrected my sitting. I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyways. Hola. Oya? Hola? I'm gonna say hola. I think the Y is silent. Ola had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials. You're not going anywhere until you finished all of that. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as if I would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. It looked like a jellyfish from the Constu Odyssey. I love that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Very horrifying. Fuck the ocean. Or how cold the black forest is at night. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes. What did I say? I'll get it! I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this? Carved on the other side of the table. Karina. Ha! That's my mom's name. Guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal, damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No, she's been in a bit of a bad mood recently. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagine my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed where Olia sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice. Taiga is a special place, little girl. It's watching you closely, sniffing you out. I can't read while they talk, so I have to wait till they do the line, and then I have to do it just so you guys are aware. You're trying to discern what kind of beast you are. If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble. But if you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground. And that would be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Oh, our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat colored. Oh, I thought it said upholstered with meat. I should finish reading before I. Oh my god. Upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. I was like, oh, are we back to meat? Is it that kind of thing again already? The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olia was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze towards the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern in frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
Yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, look, it's a fox!
Где?
Where? Looked almost like an optical illusion thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look under a certain angle.
Да не на улице, на стекле.
Not outside, on the window.
Смотри, вот нос, вот.
Look, here's the nose and here's...
Ну-ка, доедай.
Hey, eat up.
Да, да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment.
Я ничего не вижу.
I don't see anything.
Живо. Совсем немного осталось.
Hurry up. There's not much left.
Вот. Но все равно не похоже.
Ah, there it is. But it still doesn't look like one.
А я говорю, похоже.
And I'm telling you, it does.
Не-а.
Nya.
Похоже.
It does.
Прекратите. Ну что за дети?
Stop it. These kids, I swear. Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty pattern similar to stretched out nettle leaves kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. It's majestic, it sure is. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come on, shave it off, it stings." That was long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olia always covers her ears whenever she hears something like, "What's the point in all this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake," Dad would reply. "For your sake of our family." I always caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, deadliest word that started with a D. D-I-V-O. Oh, I didn't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister would be torn apart and taken into two different families. Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window.
Опять ты со своей совой.
You're on your owl talk again.
Так ты же вчера мне верил.
You said you believed me yesterday.
Никто ключи от машины не видел?
Anyone see my car keys?
Вроде оставлял на подоконнике.
I remember leaving them on the windowsill.
Вроде.
Right.
Вроде оставлял. Вроде
Maybe
нет.
you did and maybe you not.
Вроде взрослый мужчина.
You're a grown man, a
хотел
father
простить,
too, and
вроде.
still.
Перестань, пожалуйста, Карина.
Karina, blah, 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 blah. Please stop.
Дай мне спокойно собраться.
Just let me get ready in peace.
В корзине твои ключи. Возле телефона.
In the basket near the phone. Can I... Does that take it off?
Огромное тебе человеческое спасибо.
No, it doesn't. Okay. What is that setting then? Oh, I could turn the voice off and just read it. Yeah, I'll turn the voice off. Because it kind of takes me out of it with their talking in between. Anton, stop making a martyr of yourself and finish eating already. But the owl! There was no owl. Their voice acting, since we can't understand what it is, the fact that I have to stop to wait for them to finish the line and then I do it, it like takes me out of the game. So I turned the voice all the way down so that even though they're doing the voices, we can't hear it. And it's just me talking. But there was one! It had giant glowing eyes! Oya... Ugh. Ola sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, size of apple each. Last year you had a baba in your closet, and now this owl? But I saw it. Oya shifted. Is it Ola? Not Oya. I keep wanting to say Oya now. What the fuck? Oya? Ola. Ola or Oya? Oya? Oya shifted. Ola. I can't. It's either the L is silent or the Y is silent. Oya shifted her gaze back and forth from Dad to Mom to me, but couldn't find any support. Have you thought about befriending it? You know, like feeding it with imaginary mice? Don't bully our girl. She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still little. Oya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor was creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, the look in her eyes. It was so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing the keys he just found. A minute had passed and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Sorry. It was stored on incredibly worn out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room, and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Oh, wow. Look at this art style, man. So cool. Ah, my foot's asleep already. Jesus Christ. I had trouble sleeping ever since we moved into this house. She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under a blanket. Sometimes she would jump in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped to take her mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. Okay. And then Oya said she saw the giant flying monster outside her window. Oh. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried everything. They tried every little trick to get rid of these ridiculous fears. Oya refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's word, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of the new term. My imagination drew long, twisting hallways that led to the classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures, cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside these holes. It was as if someone completely different if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down? Stomp on me with their bloody shoes? The damned school can burn for all I care. I just wish for anything to happen to it. It doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who are just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. I felt the glasses I wore made me an outsider and for some sort of monster. My gaze, oh my god. Well, he's abused and his parents fight and he's just in that age. He's not having a good time right now. And I have hair in my eye now. Oh my god. Oh, it was actually on my eye. Holy fuck. It was like in my eye. Like I pulled it and I felt it go across my eyeball. Fuck! It was not fun. Okay. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Oya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You got the wrong number." Or, "Anton's not around." Anton's not around. I imagine my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. Aww. What a boy. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, creaked like a baby. Cried like a baby from the big family next door. Current house, though can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. So did they move back home because Mom was sick, so they moved into the house? But they all woke up during the night. Sometimes was watching me from the corner, every corner. almost as if old photos of my deceased family with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking. Rusty drains were moaning. The attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. Then I realized I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere on the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. It was mixed in the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up, rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing in there amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Huh? Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in the moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood up right at times, circled around holding hands, wiping up the snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment, and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear piercing me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. I don't want to click next. Nope. It glided on the squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like a little bird inside its cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion, stepped back towards the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into bed, covered myself with the blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remembered the funeral. My grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling her eyelids with the tiny legs. Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets, and she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure. And now lying under the blanket and listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words. Yes, horror games. Visual novel, horror games, indie games, something like that. Oof. On the island of Buyan, underneath the blemished sun, in the sea of color blue, stands a cabin made of wood. There lay lard and ashen hair for the spawn from devil's lair, to feast and always leave alone God's faithful servant named Anton. Aw. Evil leave this house must. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Oh. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. Cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like a hangman. And then the night doused me with a new potion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hurriedly clawing at the wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he had installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently as if he was looking for someone. Ashes to ashes! Dust to dust! I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of the darkness. Then the doorknob twitched slightly, then turned halfway once, twice, as if a person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more, and then it started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear. My wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness riddled inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. Too shy. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling and snared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. Toonie. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me, Tosha, you asleep? My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief. Oya? I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Oya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry. It's there again, staring at me. Shoo her away, Tosha, please. I'm so scared. The fear was tormenting me just a minute ago, crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Oya down. Oh, she's shaking. It's just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's gonna harm you. No one's gonna harm you. Not while I'm around. No one's gonna harm you. No, sir. Not while I'm around. Demons can charm you with a smile for a while, but in time, nothing can harm you. Sorry. That's Sweeney Todd, by the way, if you didn't know. She's trying her best to believe me, but was I sure myself? I have an idea. Let's go to your room and watch the video. Sleeping Beauty, for example. You like that cartoon, don't you? Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have a scary bird? That question took me by surprise. Alright, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. Couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair. Tosha, you coming? Yeah, just a moment. Woo! Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Fuck you. So I didn't want to laugh at Oya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. Been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've had like a rough jump scare. Oh. Okay. So persistent. Felt extremely unsettled from the silly thought of our morning guests. Could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains where Oya always hides. Tosha, come here! I felt the kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. It smelled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw police cars. Worked them bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused. Hello? Senior officer wore a grim expression and nodded. A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name's Bova. Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The police held out a photograph to me. Aww, the babies. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as a backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile. No, I haven't. Are you sure? Look closely. Where would I see him? I don't know anyone here. I barely leave the house. Well, maybe you've seen him from the window. That's right. Your windows look straight at the forest, don't they? Window. No, I haven't seen anything. I see. He sounded tired, but his eyes stared long and heavily, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt, which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the staircase, the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason. How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it? Bit by bit. It's just our little daughter misses the city a lot. Misses the city, huh? Have your locals been treating you well? Yes, everything's all right, thank you. Policeman pierced through me one more time. With his brown eyes, my head started spinning. Can I help you somehow? I asked in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end the unpleasant conversation sooner. Now that I think about it, you look just like one of my nephews, little fella. He's a witty boy around your age, wears the same type of goggles, haha, always engrossed in reading those mystery novels. Told me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visited this summer. Wanted to help other people just like me, see? Felt uncomfortable as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me. You know what? Little boys like you should stay at home, stay away from trouble. The times have changed so much. Bomb interjected in a cold voice. You don't say. Ah, well then. What grade are you in, Anton? 6th. Have you made any friends here so far? Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break. Ah, then I'll leave you my number just in case. Call me if you have any new info. Policemen were gone along with the shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of a smiling boy. He stood still before my eyes. I wonder what it's like for him being all alone there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What is this poor parents for? Isn't there folk tales about, like, a flute, like, harmonizing kids into forests and stuff, never to be seen again, like Peter Piper, but, like, for some reason, like, I'm getting a flashback of a folk tale or some shit where a flute like lures kids into the forest. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Huh. I don't know why I'm getting that. I have to, like... I'll have to look that up later and figure that out, because that, I feel like there's something like that. And what would my parents do if I'd gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other, like they always do, and forget about me eventually? Mom, this Voya, did he go missing in our forest? Seems like it, poor child. Ugh. The police, Uza drove off towards the village. Folklore, a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill behavior. Oh, okay. Road freight passenger car brand, which was produced on car factory. Oh, okay. Officers' nephews came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I read this summer. The average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen footprints that led to the forest, and then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. Don't do it. And I'll get a reward. I'll be so happy. And now, oh yeah, mom and dad too. Maybe they'll forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe they'll even save us from the D word. Oh. I fantasized about about buying Oya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. A whole box of Kinder Surprise. When was the last time our parents brought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. My dad lost his job at the time. There's an annoying song about it. Accountant, song by all female Soviet pop band named. Huh. I had little to no idea what the accountant's job's like. They count money, I think. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, mom and dad barely had money to afford sweets, and dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Oya. Sometimes I gave her my share too. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she's still just a pipsqueak. Aw. Couldn't wait to go out, looking for clues. Going outside! Yeah, right. You want the police to go around with your photograph next? The forest is so thick. What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals or something worse? Even worse, echoed through the hallway. I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest. Did you hear what I said, or should I repeat myself? Better go pack your school bag or play with Oya. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant the argument was over and mom had the last word. Ooh, we get a picture now. Okay, I'm gonna BRB real quick. It'll be like, real quick. curls did not stay in this wig as well as it did the other one. I already have to recurl it. A lot of the back pieces are not staying, but that's okay. Dude, this wig was so long, it was like down to my stomach. I had to chop a lot of it because it did not look good. Open. Dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how'd she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself or on the freshly sharpened axe. And Oya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Baba is living there. Tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she could see there was nothing but cobwebs, dad's tools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Oya count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me. And drag her feet across on the creaking floorboards, hoping she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. What's this? Oh, it's like a look at it thing. Family relic. Mom played with it when she was little, then gifted it to me. Oya was next in succession line. The toy belonged to her now. She stared at the dancing spindle as if it could show her something, a fairy tale or maybe even our future. Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the old squeaky pig top. Cross had seen so many people come and go inside the house. It was black as if it absorbed all human sin from long years. It was hanging under the ceiling. After Grandma died, Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in its place as a lucky charm. She cut herself with the cross, sharp corner, and almost fell from the stepladder. Dad called a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. Anton! I'll whip you if you make a single step out that door. Need to distract Mom first. Okay. Mom kept ice cream for me and Oya there, but now I could only see meat bits for soup and clumped together plemim. I grew to hate them already. Nothing in there. It was difficult to lie to Mom, but there was no other way for me to run away from home. Mom! There's something wrong with the TV. Picture is dim and there's stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted. You're killing me here, so you've had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now? Told you the Kinescope will go dim because of your counsel. Where will you find a TV technician in this hole, huh? Maybe it's just the settings? Please go see for yourself. Strange, it worked fine this morning. Maybe the snowfall caused it? Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Oya's room. Peace, Mom! I opened the front gate and went into the field, carefully so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half the distance towards the forest, the snow piles became high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there, distant, ringing in my ears. Distorted shadows crawling in the snow alongside me, and barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything wasn't silent. Everything was silent, Jesus. So silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Oya. The time reached its limit. A one-way trip that ended at the forest's penny stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Oya turned to stone listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Oya present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home. Something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if fire broke out, and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves. From who, though? From the people with dead cold eyes who sometimes visit us in a previous home? The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything? Somewhere far away, a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing my delusions away, looking around. There were only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze in the ice. Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts of fences. Were they protecting the forest, or were they keeping something from breaking out? And some object was hanging from one of the pointy branches. Tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? The senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called Streets of Broken Lights. He always anxious, was tired looking in the eyes, but still brave and strong. Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Boba! I heard a distant shout. Looked like it came from the river. Boba! As if the trees were calling out to someone. Boba! Resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. Boba! I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness, how it was bent unnaturally towards the ground. Its blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I'd sprint. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Take it! Decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. Baba! Shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo. No hope for reply. Didn't budge. Pulled harder, the branch cracked, the mitten tore off, blade in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking, something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. Is it blood? Oh no, it's blood. It's blood. Run! Run! Run, fam! Someone's chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one reason. It gave me strength, spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was loud. My ears went numb. Felt like the sound had come back from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. Felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. It continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on a harsh surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump, and from there, ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. The house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep, smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks, as if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it couldn't escape the cold. I hadn't noticed his marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in their front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drowning in fury, I pulled on the door and it obediently gave way. Oof. Rolled in the hallway and shut the door behind me. The porch blinks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped on the lock and I couldn't click it in place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing, breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled like pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad. What exactly didn't you understand when I told you to never slam the door? I didn't mean to. Snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone. And the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and it was the last bit of strength I had left my body to. My legs gave way. I propped myself against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mass of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, wet pants plastered with snow. Where have you been? What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home. Am I nothing to you? I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out. Your dad can't find his cigarettes. Be honest. Did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret? There was someone's chasing me. I thought. It started as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned towards me and sniffed my clothes like a bee searching for a smell of tobacco. She squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked at the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant. She covered her mouth with her hand. Look over there at the fence. My heart started thumping as I became prey once again, and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I heard something scratch at the door, just like my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravely to look into the kitchen window facing my fear. I Could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in the snow through icy winter patterns on the grass. Dogs. Just a small pack of stray dogs. No name, an owner barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest. Oh boy. Were you scared of them? I think they'd rather be scared of you, Anton. They were chasing me like a bunny. What if they're rabid? Smile slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was first time seeing them. What if they attack Oya? Mom? I wish your dad could just shoot them all. Mom, look, they're alive! Huh? What? Are they your friend or foe after all? Make up your mind. You're not a little kid anymore. Mom sighed in annoyance. I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner just to keep myself from crying. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course! A dark and sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. It's my trump card as a detective. I hurried and presented this clue to my mom. Mom, look, it's Volvo's mitten. The boy the police were asking about in the morning. It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show where. Let's call the police right away like the officer had told us to. Mom, look! Ew. As if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away. Stop it! This moment! Oya will go insane if she hears you. She already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time. And you joke around like this. At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. There's no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink to the floor from embarrassment. Come here, my boy, cried Wolf. Oh, don't just stand there. Come take your pills. Golden colored pill reminiscent of a dead wasp fell into my palm. I already took one during breakfast. Don't talk over me. I told you to stay home and you... Dad would have given you a good whipping for that. Come on, take it, or you won't be able to sleep at night. And you have school tomorrow. Swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Volvo's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Just like the forest monsters. And oil now? Oya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either Bill had an immense effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawning indifference along with it. Anton, you done? See? You can do it when you try. Take off your coat. Are you asleep? No, Mom, I was just thinking. What about, I wonder? It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure if she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that came from the forest. Is everything all right? You had the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window. I'm all right, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh. Fine. It seemed like the house had changed. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from... They spelled Aladdin wrong. Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Oya was done watching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink, and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar and Yago's voices died down. I walked past Oya's room. I walked past Oya's bedroom and slipped into my own. Hi, Jesse. Welcome. Welcome back. How are you? bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, where are we? Dinosaur. Triceratops figurine. Oh, that's a lot of names I do not want to say. This looks like it's in the 90s then if it was during Jurassic Park. Turned it had his roar and it was awesome. Robotech Transformer. I love this cartoon. When I was a jet fighter speeds up in the intro among the sounds of a blaster fire, you know your next 20 minutes will surely be amazing. Get ready for battle! Jesus. When the drawers was empty, I hid the mitten in there. So, is he just, like, seeing these things? Or are these things really happening? Would be the question. I only then noticed someone was behind my curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to the medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort, as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. Corners of the room bent in on whatever that word was. The only stable thing in the whole room was a figure between the windowsill and the curtains. Isn't it Oya? A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. Reminded me of burial sheets. Oya? Okay, well, he did the same thing. Who else would be standing there? Stood up, licked my dry lips. Yeah. Oya, it's so funny. It enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached towards the curtains. Ba-dum, ba-dum, beat my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second I wanted to return to bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains. Gotcha! Yeah, it's fucking Oya. Knew it was you from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit up above Oya's head with the setting sun as a background. Aw. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, my dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, but Dad, she's not some flashlight. Oh. But I brought her to the window one day and sunlight poured on her face. I felt like I was holding a light, woven child. Saw everything! Oh, really? What did you hide? Just like Mom when she was little, before she put her sad mask of tiredness on. It's nothing, just... Ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked, You stole something and hid it there? You a thief? What? Don't be stupid. I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from the tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind the black trees. Oya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted. Then show me. Swear that you won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Oya wore a plotting smile. I swear on Mom's heart. I know she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we watched. Don't say things like that. Oya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Oya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic creature. Is this someone's mitten? She said if she couldn't understand what she saw. A certain boy lost it and got lost himself. Now do you understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander in the forest? kids to wander in the forest, like your brother who decided it would be good to trick mom and go into the forest. It must really be cold out there. Will they find him? They will. Police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Oya traversed the room with care and pressure tiny hands against the window. And why are they going house to house and not the forest? Are they scared? Question caught me off guard. Policemen aren't scared of anything. They already scouted the forest. Yeah, right. Did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later? For me. I changed topic. As if trying to get Oya as far away as possible from the forest thicket. We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself. A lot of stuff, like in the Wheel of Fortune. Sounds cool, right? Oya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her. What if the owl got him? Nonsense! An owl won't be able to lift a human. But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain. Stay away from the forest. I think it's... How should I put it? It's cursed or something. Just like in a fairy tale? Yes, Anton, just like in a fairy tale. No, more like in that spooky tape our parents hide from us. Oya shivered and stole glances out the window. I saw you running away. Someone was chasing you. No, it's just I was hurried back home so Mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She's so fragile, it was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind and her small fire would be gone. You're lucky. Mom won't even let me go outside. I'm like her princess in the tower. I can't go anywhere. I'll die from boredom here. You're wrong. No one has ever died from boredom. And you have me and your cartoons, and Mom and Dad will be good to each other soon. You know what I wish for on my next birthday? I wish for Mom and Dad to turn into children so we could go and play together like we used to. Oh, my heart. Ah, my heart. Yeah, and if you make them as small as bugs, we can place them in a little box. Oya giggled and tugged at my sleeve. Tosha, let's go watch Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of hideous apathy. I'm too tired. I don't want to. Come on. So boring alone. Mom's always busy. We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before. I know all our tapes by heart at this point. Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it? And so much happened after that. Let's go, let's go. Maybe a bit later. Should I tell you how it ends? Leave that for tomorrow. I won't tell you tomorrow. I know, let's play hide and seek. No, Oya. Draw me a dino. Oya, please. Draw it! Draw it! Leave me alone already! Blurted out without thinking, and then I immediately was taken aback. I never screamed at my little sister like that. Oya stared at me in shock. Her lips trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Oya from crying. Alright, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit. I don't wanna. Came to her and put my hand on her soft head. Let's go. Watch Peter Pan. Boo! You'll fall asleep again. Smile lifted her chin, her eyes wet and felt bottomless. I promise I won't. And I'll draw you a full triceratops later. Hooray! Triceratops. Well, close enough. Oya rubbed her eyes with her sleeve of her pajamas and a shining smile returned to her face. Aww. I'll go ask Mom for condensed milk and bread and you rewind the tape. The bread is fresh, just how you like it. Alright, just be careful not to spill the milk, or you'll be yelled at again. Well, I bet I won't spill it. The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it. Oya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. The old Fultron TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. The tube warmed up and familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I catch this channel again? On the other hand, Olga asked me to find the tape. I wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. Sifted through the shelf full of dolls, blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. Found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. Got the black rectangle from its box. You spent the evening with your sister. Aw. Tape inside rustled while rewinding to the beginning. The rustle was luring me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Olga flying above the forest, tumbling into soft clouds. My little sister laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I noticed the clouds underneath us part, bearing the bristling pine tops. Swampy darkness slurped among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us. You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. Rubbed my eyes. No, come sit. Mom and Dad are arguing again. They're going through rough times. Rough times are lame. On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Oya was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana. Maybe Mom and Dad will buy us a dog too? Huh, yeah, right. I'll have my own dog in the Netherlands, and a cat and a parrot. Oya smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me. Have you also your baby teeth? Obviously. Oya frowned deep in thought. Peter Pan had baby teeth. What if they won't let you go to this land with adult teeth? We'll think of something. We'll ask Dad to alter your age in the passport. Why would Dad forge documents? Ola took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full. Hey, why her mom did that before? You'll grow ears as big as Dumbo's. Oya got worried and touched her ears. I smiled to myself. My sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and James Hook. As if she sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I always imagined myself there, in a land where no one ever ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister screamed, pulling me back into reality. Tosha, shut the curtains fast! Why? No one's watching you. It's dark, and when it's dark, the owl comes. I'm scared. Got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, closed the curtains. Did my best not to look outside towards the treetops, towards the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow. Tasha, Mom thinks I'm being doll up, and Dad too thinks I'm a liar since I'm small. But the owl exists. Honestly it does. You do believe me, right? That it comes every night and Swiftly grabbed Oya's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination, but did I really have those qualities? Yes, I believe you, alright? Just don't nag your parents about it anymore. They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you. Come and tell me if anything happens. And don't look out the window. But it wants me to look! Doesn't matter. Act like it doesn't exist, never existed, like it's made up, just like Mom and Dad say. It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a glided sailboat. But by some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Oya's eyelids drooped. She started snoring lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. I stooped up, left Oya's room. I was looking out the window, studying the field when Mom peeked into my room. Not playing around. It's your first day of school tomorrow. Go to bed. You should sleep properly. You should sleep properly. God, this has a lot of fucking narrative in it. It's really nice, but like, hurry up. Do I want to hear the mysterious flute again? Maybe. Yeah, Pied Piper. It's literally just a Pied Piper. Because somebody refused to pay. So he's like, okay, I'll steal your children. And so he did. Sorry, I just saw one of the people who hung out with me yesterday. I saw they were streaming and anyways. All right. Let's see. What's he streaming on? Why don't you show? Oh, that's why. Okay. Whatever. Oh, I can't fully understand my own. Oh, you should not be talking about desires, dude. It should not be a thing you're talking about. Forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on and on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. Slumber! It has come, after all. The day I feared most. The first day of a new school term. Episode. Oh, I should probably look how long this is. Six hours? I guess 2 hours each episode. That kind of makes sense, but still, 6 fucking hours, dude. Oh, this says 4.5. Okay, it might be 6 hours for the whole thing, so it can be up to 6 hours. Got it. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates, who I always have trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I mean, why do kids with glasses get a bad rep? I don't think it's that bad. Forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it's a good thing. I didn't want to get the dad's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even from far removed from reality. Silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake anybody up, especially the peacefully sleeping Oya. Did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between the floorboards, it was counted as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry. Faster, faster. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between the floorboards. I needed to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity hoppity like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of werewolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as of someone being led up the scaffold towards a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on 2 floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clicked. I need to go. Okay. It was dark outside, fitting for an early morning winter. The darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into some. So was he just doing like kid stuff? Is like the floor is in lava? Rubbed my glasses for a good look, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. The sky was aching to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up the stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. Cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. Yeah, my parents did the same thing, except we had a keypad, because they thought I would lose the key all the time, even if it was around my neck. So we had a keypad. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate, inviting me into my new life towards dubious adventures. Tagged along like an old buddy, pushing me into the back. Wide shadows that pines threw out covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in my coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin firebreak, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle of their mouths. If I lost focus for even a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. Oh my god. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. But the dead can't answer the living. Can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravens like black dough. Felt like someone jumped in the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant's lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closer. The unseen presence grew stronger, as if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel. Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of wooden idols and the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm going mad. Or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. Country road! I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, make me look at faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew something. I hit a button. Flew to decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. Bridge supports bathed in a spring terry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest, then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute led through a snow-laid road illuminated by sparse lamplights. Chased away bad thoughts and ran fast as I could from one circle light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected!" Ghost in the graveyard? Oh, their version of tag. Got it. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. I don't like the crunching sound. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. It almost felt like its features deteriorated light, its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I just stood there blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear, it even got closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into the snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice. "Sneaking around, huh? I'm trying to steal my soul." Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here, between the forest and the dormant village? "Will you say something, dummy? Cat got your tongue? All right, I'll bite off your nose then. That'll teach you not to poke in places it doesn't belong." A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette, but I couldn't even reprimand myself from getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. From the cavity of her hood, a frightening, real fox face was staring straight at me. It was just her jaws weren't moving, her eyes weren't blinking. A mask. It's just a girl wearing a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face. I was just going to school, and then you... Let's save it. Yeah. Tiny fluffy. Tiny fluffy bunny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tiny fluffy bunny. Oh, okay. Sips laugh sad. Yep. Enjoy the works. What about me? Never seen a fox feed a dog? And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowering its ears, sniffing out, and then started wagging his tail. Guess I still smelled the bologna that I ate for breakfast. Shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird. So you didn't mean to, huh? What's your name? I'm Anton. And you? And I'm not. She's weird. Definitely has a couple loose screws. She has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. The fox girl was walking through the darkness without problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl piqued my interest. Next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell him that I befriended a talking fox. Do you live around here? In the village? The fox giggled and purred. She spun around so hard the hem of her coat lifted up. No, dummy. Foxes don't live in villages. Do you live in the forest, then? Have you been living under a rock? It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans. As long as they're foxes. Jokes are also weird. Just like our carnival mask. Paper mache with fur glued onto it. Dog reminded us of existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. Called it a gift from the bunny. The stray strolled towards me with mincing footsteps with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry. Why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? Go to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose. Human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. Moment of hesitation, you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. Couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Till I heard her calm, idiotic laughter hidden underneath the beastly mask. I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. So, did she just say sweetie? I got embarrassed and went right up to my hair roots. We've seen a fox in a zoo once. When we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur. It was gray and shiny. But this girl was of a fiery color and fur, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers that were searching for the dog's treat stumbled upon something soft, crumpled object. You'll see. The real beast will wake up soon. You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamplight. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my find in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting its treat. The fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink into the snow. Fox stands on the back leg outside my bedroom window at night. Yeah, right? This is a female. We think it's a female in a mask, but I don't know. Yeah, kind of thinking it's not actually a fox. Yeah. Kinda maybe sort of might not actually be a fox. Not 100% sure. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in the inkiness. Also, it's still dark out. Why are you going to school? It's still dark out. Did my best to continue the conversation with the world girl I didn't know. So, are you going to school? Oh my, you're a real dummy. Don't you get it? Well, I was trying to be friendly. She can't stop mocking me. Call me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog. Why are you so mean? Don't answer if you don't want to. It's not like I care. Still something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dark figure. Mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and liquid enough. It's not a dating sim. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch as fires burns. I mean, he is at the age where he starts to have feelings. Oh, stop pouting. Look here. Hookla took a liking to you. The dog was digging through the snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. Fox turned around and looked at the windows of a nearby house and its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light. And maybe someone else too. I went red again, like a boiled crawfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before asking, and who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. Fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging in the snow. It ran to me, holding the object in her paws, a mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What was it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized it was just my mitten. Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. A certain missing boy immediately came to mind. Hey, do you know anything about vulva? I imagined the scene. Silhouettes dancing in the clearing. The dance in the night when vulva. Did I say vulva? But oh Jesus, yeah. Do you know anything about vulva? It's vulva, whatever. It's weird fucking names, okay? Okay, we'll just say V. Okay? Do you know anything about V? Do you know anything about vagina? A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remember my birthday when our parents promised to take me and Oya to Disneyland in Paris, but instead of long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. It was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. Oh. If I could fix everything, gather everybody I love, and take them to Disneyland. Oh! It's not about Disneyland. It's just about wanting to take his family somewhere nice, you fuck. It's the morning. He's supposed to be on the way to school. Like, he was so worried about getting to school, and now it's just fucking Fox Lady. On the night V had disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. Oh god, don't get close to me. It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. Fox was sniffing me out. Oh? That got you worried? For yourself or for someone else? Oh yeah! As soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and a cold sweat steamed down my spine. Well then, listen closely, a boy named Anton. This is a big and scary forest. The girl stepped forward menacingly. And I'm not its only tenants. The other beasts already know about you. Beware, we're come again tonight. I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking. When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance. Macarena! Huh? Hey, Macarena! Look at you, your mouth agape. А что я? He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right. Are you by chance a dimwit? Nobody would let me go outside that late. Children go missing here, you know. Touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death. Hey, why don't you stop fondling your glasses? I will fondle whatever I fucking feel like, Fox. God. I was also nearsighted once. Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter. Remember, what do they call foxes? Cunning? My words seemed to hurt her. Hey, what did you... sorry? Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells. Just pulling your leg. Of course we're cunning. If you're agile and brave enough to befriend the cunning fox, I'll help you look for V. There's a reason why you're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming. I know why children have been swarming our forest recently. Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff in there. One day I saw a huge pile of candy once, and I swam in it until my jaws cramped. Pile of candy? I can't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, fake one this time. Boo, so wary. Well, what will you say to this then? She held out a hand in a furry mitten. Is this a real life furry? Just like the age of fucking like 12? He's in 6th grade, so that's... Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's between the ages of 10 and 12. Yeah. If you ever learned, 1, not to talk to strangers, especially strangers that are making weird meat, gross, clenching sounds, and 2, just don't talk to them, or take candy, or anything. Just keep walking, bitch. Here's an assortment of sweet in her palm. In the city I used to live, sweets like these were sold at markets or in kiosks. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasures. A familiar name was on it. Turbo. Turbo? A triangular fox face poked her nose towards me. Take some. My pockets are full of these. No! Fuck strangers! No, I don't know you! You're wearing a fucking weird fox suit? No! 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 No thanks. I didn't want to offend the first person I made contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take gum off the hands of some weird girl. Good on you, Anton. What if she found it in a snow pile? Or what if it's prank candy, the kind that blows up in your face when you unwrap it? Or has razor blades in it and it'll cut your mouth? I'm allergic to sweets. What? Sounded puzzled. Are you living in a world of pills and mixtures? Well, more or less. Wow, that was a whistle. Damn. Palm was empty now. It floated in the air, catching snowflakes now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared. And you only celebrate New Year's once in 12 months, right? And you have those... Clicked her fingers trying to remember something. Mondays? Yeah. I smiled. Man, you're a difficult case. I prescribe you a kilo of chocolate to battle your boredom, young man. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyways, or she'll just lie. Really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl. What if he also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it? Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest? He must be so cold without a second mitten then. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their... How would she know about the mitten? Or did I tell her that earlier? Or what if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible. Forrest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes again. Wild beasts? You find that scary? Well, I don't know. How much is a kilo, though? How much is a kilo? How much is a kilo? 2.2 pounds. Oof. That's a lot. That's a lot. That is quite a bit. You scroll down a bit. I'm on Google. You scroll down a bit. It says, how much is a kilo of Coke? Because that's what I asked. Oh, my eyes watering a lot today. Not the soda cat. Yeah, I knew what you were referring to. It is not hard to get the gist. I just don't trust her. I don't know about being scared of her. What other games I've been playing? I play a different game like every day. I play a lot of indie stuff. Simulators. Yeah, we play a lot of indie horror, a lot of story. Sherlock Holmes. Ugh, I need to stand up. I'll still be here. I'm just standing up. Oh, shit. That almost just knocked over. That would have been bad. Ow. Being female sucks. Ugh. Oh, man. Well, it depends on what kind of horror game you want to play. What just fell? Oh, it was only that. Okay. You hear about the Apex fiasco? Maybe you can enlighten me. Did I play Outlast? I played about 15 minutes of it. Labyrinth, I think I know what it is, but I don't think I've ever played it. Cheated being injected? Wait, what? I heard a bunch of people got hacked. I didn't know it was during ALGS. Wow. Damn. So what did they get for having a stupid bot? Outlast has a really good story, but I could never play through it myself. I have always watched other people play it, and So here's the thing about horror games. I've said this plenty of times. I don't know if Broccoli's ever heard me say it, but horror games, we are very specific to horror games here. So I do not like jump scares. I hate them. I will only deal with them when there is a good story with it. Labyrinth? Yeah, Labyrinth is jump scares. I might, maybe. I'll give you a hard maybe, Broccoli. If you're really devoted to want to play horror games and you can't play them yourself, maybe. Because every once in a while, I get in the mood to want to, as long as you don't care about me screaming like a little girl in your ear. Because I will. I will scream a lot. If I have somebody with me, it's a little it's a little different. Having somebody with you versus doing it yourself is a little different. Like Five Nights at Freddy's. I love it. I will never play the games myself because it's all jump scare bitches. Maybe Pizza Sim, maybe the mall one, whatever it's called. I don't remember. I fucking brain fog right now. But maybe that one. But other than that, would never play it. I am very much on the suspenseful and mystery side of horror. I don't mind a jump scare or two, but I like when it's tasteful and it helps project the story further. Helps add to the story, not just have a jump scare to have a jump scare. So a little difference there. So when I say horror, I will play all of horror encompassing the more game. What is it called? I played it. Mortuary Assistant. That wasn't a few years ago. That was like this last year. It was very hard for me to play. Because I was just sitting there like scared. Because when I know that there's jump scares, I like am afraid to do anything. It's just very, it's very, very bad. When I have to think and do jump scares at the same time, it's very bad. But like this has jump scare, has had one jump scare this whole time, and I've been playing it a little over 2 hours. Cooking Sim had a few jump scares here and there, but overall it was story. But this is getting a little long again, because it's going for more narrative based, and I appreciate the descriptions, but at the same time, it's a lot. Like Tokyo Dark ran into that a little bit towards the end of it, because Reina talked a shit ton. Even Nick was like, "Shut the hell up and let me stab you." Like that's, if we get to that point, that's too much. He doesn't know. Yeah, I won't play Subnautica. Fuck the ocean. Oh my, have I befriended a dunce? I didn't like being called a dunce. Yet being friends with her sounded nice. Does it? Does it sound nice? My grades are good. Really now? Will you come with me? Good grades, Anton. No. We'll find your V and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest. Let's go find your virginity, Anton. Aha. I'm sorry. We really shouldn't be saying that when they're like 12 years old. All story driven games. It's just lately we've been more on the horror side because usually those are like, I like mystery story top. I will play any story driven game, especially if it makes me cry, but mystery is the top. I like romance, I like all of that stuff, whatever, but mystery with a little bit of everything mixed in. Story, boom, done, love it. Yeah, I'll play anything with like a really good story. So you're not the first one to joke about that. The fact is I stream on YouTube too, so it has to be allowed on YouTube as well. So you can't, it can't be something like hitting the line. If I was just streaming Twitch, maybe. Like I've opened up to playing pretty much anything now. It's just that I'm streaming on YouTube as well, so it has to hit YouTube guideline. Otherwise, I can't do it. As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. No, I haven't, and I don't give a fuck. Everybody tells me Mass Effect, but Mass Effect, I've looked at it multiple times, and Mass Effect does not seem like I would like it, because it's like shooting, and as much as I love shooting and stuff, it just doesn't seem like I would like that game. Oh, yes, Brock, I have. With like VTubers. Dragon Age doesn't look fun. I saw one with a VTuber where her chest, like she had her clothes on, but most of her chest was open, and then that part was green screen, and they had the gameplay behind it. Oh, on their asses. Oh, okay. I've seen a version of that on TikTok where it has it's a guy, and it's fully him, but then it's like he's wearing like a black t-shirt, and he has a projector like on his stomach, so you can still kind of see the gameplay. I mean, you don't see anything. If it's all green screen, you don't see anything, so what's the point? Like, whatever. Yeah, too much grinding, Nick. I like one-off stories. I guess I should really specify one-off stories are better for me, because it's like if I can get it done in a 6 to 8 hour period, those are like my hit points. If it goes any longer than that, it has to have good game mechanics. I mean, that's really not a loophole because it's green screen. So, like, how is that a loophole? You wouldn't get the same, like, it's not the same as the other, like, the hot tub meta. There ain't no way it's gonna hit like that. So, I don't, whatever. People gonna do what they're gonna do. I have learned not to care about anything else. I'm just doing what I do. I'm really trying to push YouTube. The only reason I'm on Twitch again is because a lot of people have asked me to be on Twitch, and it's actually been working out really well. So, and my YouTube's actually still been growing. So I'm happy. I've been having fun playing with whatever. I think we're still friends on Discord. All right, Brock. Thanks for hanging out. Loophole, like trying to get around the guidelines, Nick. So like just chatting is very like toes the line of what is right and what is wrong, and so they try to get around that. But you know, streaming, it does what it does. It's fine, Broccoli. I think we were in the same servers before, so we didn't need to be friends. But that's fine. Oh, she wants to take us to the forest? I don't know if I want to go to the forest. Do I want to go to the forest? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You'll see. Better run, whispered in my mind. I don't believe you. Do you take me for a liar? Well, I just met you. I don't fucking know you. Whatever. You're just like everyone else. The girl sounded hurt, although I don't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around if she had immediately lost all interest in me. I remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me. Please, don't get mad. Foxes can also be nice, like fairy tales. I just need to know what kind of fox you are. Oh, I don't like that laugh. Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me. But not right now, when it gets bright. I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. I don't want you to get a stroke. Hey, let me accompany you to school. After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me. Well, if you're going in the same direction. Went towards the school and the lost drawn. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains. Dog let out occasional barks. Sprays of gray smoke rose from chimneys. TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. Oh, Nick! So, while you were gone, I looked up what folktale I was remembering, and it was, the Pied Piper. So, it was along that riddle of Peter. But there's this poem of the Pied Piper where man does a deal with the Pied Piper, and then the man doesn't pay the Pied Piper, so the Pied Piper ends up coming to the village and stealing all the children away. And in this game so far, it sounds like the parents were in debt, and instead of paying their debts, they moved away. They moved back to the to the grandma's house, and now the Pied Piper has come to take the children. You know, kind of like that. It seems kind of along those lines. So that's what the whole like shadows dancing was. It's like trying to lure the kids out because the song is tried to, it like hypnotizes the kids. I walked in the left one and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. Expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break silence. So, what's your name? Here it comes. Names, names, names. You people always need to put labels on everything. What name would you give a fox like me? I don't know. But I've read about Elise the fox. JR is streaming on Twitch right now, so that's why I didn't say anything to him. I just waved. He's streaming. So, you know what? I don't mind. I'll be Alicia. I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around and, as if looking for an answer from the dog, from the dark sky devoid of dawn, my silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sight. Oh shit, look at these gangbangers out here. Giant brick box stuck in this endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The worn trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childless laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with Mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. Second time I came alone to get the books, and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the railings, grade schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance, and track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. The appearance destroyed the last something. Whoops. So they're in such a small town that it's an all-in-one school. Their stinging eyes and the teeth, the yell from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion. I'll wait for you at the backyard after school, near the Hanged Man. Near what? She ignored my questions. Don't be late. I hesitated, feeling hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Think about Mom helped me reply. Going straight home after school. Well, and Tosha, I'm going to let you off the hook. But the others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easily. Remember my words. Fox opened her mouth with a wide grin. What kind of trick is this? Somebody running in distance called out my name. Instinctively turned around. Oh! Aww! Why would you throw a snowball at the damn dog? Taking a deep breath, I went towards the school, towards the cutlets and dough, towards the light raining down onto the snow. So dumb. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like school was drifting in open space like a lonely lost spaceship. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. 10 years old, yeah. Okay, so they are 10. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer to look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There's a piece of paper with something printed on it glued on the left of the notice board. Yeah. 10 years old, grade 4, left his home on January 5th. Child missing. 4th grader. Unable to make a stare, I turned around and rushed to the window. Took a seat on the windowsill. I am skipping some dialogue because there's just a lot of detailed dialogue that is just reiterating the same stuff. So I just kind of skipping through it a little bit. Corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of the school toilets, child's voices were hammering a nursery rhyme. For the fox and for the bear, bunny, tasty meals prepare. I turned my head towards them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. Female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. Girl was trailing her every step. She was also looking pompous, stomping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep since she was carrying an attendance register book. Hey, Katrina, take this, please. The teacher opened the classroom door and saw the crowd of children swarming, screaming, and pushing. Oh, God. Well, all of them, a tall redhead fat boy caught my attention. Oh, Jesus. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the insides of a pomegranate. Bad feeling risen up the hair at the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before. Unsettled eyes, crackling laughter. The girl was a smelly copper as the teacher warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the cleaning in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately shoved him. Move your legs, moron! The boy flew headfirst, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso? Oh my god. The fatso burst out laughing. A couple kids joined his nasty cackling. Ugh. I want to stay on the windowsill. Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling in the darkness, withering like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the dark. I imagine myself running through snow, how it speaks under my boots, and how I become lighter and lighter with every step. The ringer's trill blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort, took a couple of breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. Dun dun dun! The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed. I am the transfer student. I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register, flicked through the pages. Your last name? Petrov? Huh? What are you mumbling there? Say it clearly. Petrov. You're not on the list. She measured me with a long, heavy stare as if trying to see if I was lying. One was sinking the floor. Hazy faces observed. All of that from the left. Classroom breathed, snorted in unison, like living an organism like a dangerous beast. Are you sure? I don't have you in my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking and felt dizzy. I clutched my fist so hard my knuckles became white. They told me to come to classroom 204 and ask for Lilia Pavlona, class 6C. What's wrong with this school? Why do we hire so many interns? They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. How did they send you here without any proper paperwork? Ugh. I had the same thing happen so many times already. Wait here, I'll be back. After I have a little chat with them. Kids are staring at him, Funky! Why did we zoom into his stomach? Once again, I imagine running away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump. The wind in my back and as my only companion. Eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom. Wipe the board! It's easy to guess who the main prankster here was. Hey, Four Eyes! You're not only blind, but also deaf? I said wipe the board! These weren't the only things shaking my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe, and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the powers that be. And what should I do with you now? Where will you sit? Oh, well, you can sit with Simon, I guess. He's alone anyways. No way! Fatso put his back... Oh, his name is Simon. Are you back to your old tricks? Should I call your grandma here again? And what's she gonna do? I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Put away your backpack now! Simon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall looking bored. I needed to do something to resolve this somehow to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded like nothing like me. I can sit in the last row. I think there's a free seat. Just looked at me, then at Simon, then back at me. Fine. Go there for now. And you, Babrin, I'll talk with you later. Come to me after class. You'll be on cleaning duty. Got it? Simon forced out a twisted smile, juicy pimples. Ugh. Why do we have to describe everything? Took a seat at the back last table where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats. The class was ready to start. Now this is settled, let's start the class. Today's theme is traditions of Russian and international literature in Zoshnik... don't lie. Simon turned... I don't want to call him Fatso. Simon turned back to me. His stare informed me of the coming days, weeks, months of bullying. Got my eyes on you, his watery look. What the hell? After just a couple periods, I already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Then at cafeteria, Simon accidentally spilled a glass of compote on me. And then flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Just before the final period for today, Simon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. Oh no! They made way cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for class rep before, right into her chest. Oh! Oh! Ow! Immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. I'm sorry, are you alright?
Yeah.
And she suddenly put her hands on her hips. Will you look at him? Grubbing me in front of everyone? I'll tell my mom. Then I'll expel you, pervert. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes as she was a child who was about to put a lip-up match to the chafer beetle. I didn't mean to. He pushed me. We all saw that, you know. No one blind among us. She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. Started to fume on the inside, but Simon's laughter cooled my head. Hi, Clay. I pushed you? You sure? Wow. Like this, huh? What you gonna do now? If I fight back, I'm gonna get in trouble. But if I don't, then they're just gonna keep beating me. So what do I do? It sucks either way. You want to fight back? Okay. Even though I don't think Anton could fight back, to be honest. Listen, you. Throat went dry, my lip. Yeah. Ew. Go on, Four Eyes. Why did you stop? We're all waiting. If you ever touch me again, Simon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead. I did, so what? If you ever do it again, here. Once more. And again. And again. And again. He's poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backwards. I must not cry, or I'll be done for. What will a wimp like you do to me? My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. You still hit him even though you weren't looking? That's pretty good. Simon was holding his ears, blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against him in an absolute rule? Uh-oh. Needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies. Lilia Pavlovna! No. Petrov just hit yeah, see? Look at this. Petrov just hit bedroom. Simon's cheeks grew even redder, his pimples even wider like his heads of larvae. Ugh. But a smile flashed on his face like he's only noticed among his comrades. Ooh. Could you not, sir? Could you not? I need you to back away. I need my space. Could you not? Clay, how are you? We're good. We're just playing weird horror games, I guess. Story horror games. Could you just back away, dude. Back up. Back up, please. You are fucking done. His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid kettle without boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit. Counting the thumps of my heart, guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. Please let him be the next kid that gets kidnapped. That would be cool. Except they'd probably all look at Anton funny and be like, where'd he go? What'd you do to him? You know, because that's how it always goes. Thus, I don't... Well, you might have had an ad, Clay, but how are you? Because I saw the ad was up. Extremely irrational thought popped in my head. I'm going to get killed today. Except, wait, no, the fox is going to show up after school, so maybe she'll help me. I was late to leave school after class on purpose. Simon didn't attend last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty, ran home, forget all about me? I heaved a sigh of relief like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside, nervous. Simon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious, stayed for some more time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. All the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water were coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school. I'm not alone, a sudden thought came to my mind. I remembered the missing boy, his portrait on the notice board near the schedule. I remembered his smile. He's been looking at me, and the fact that he's most likely already dead. Hello? Who dat? Stumbled upon the black violin case. I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. She's so pretty. Just turned into a dating sim right now. Look at her. So pretty. That's good, Clay. So the new place is working out? Sat in the first row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times. I was sneaking glances at her myself. Aww. Sometimes it feels nice to look at something pretty. The spring in the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Simon's jokes. Oh. She wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook. Hello? I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern of the wooden floor. It was cool the way you hit him. It was just an accident. Almost. Started shoving books in my backpack to at least put something in my hands. Simon wasn't like that before. He also transferred here just recently. His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad. Even the upperclassmen fear Simon. Did you know? But you're different. You're brave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, right, me, brave. Here that's been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with clear, attentive eyes. Do you live over the river? In that wooden house? Yeah. Must be scary living there. And you also have to cross the forest. I wouldn't be able to do that. I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied. It's not that scary. What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream. Well, actually, never mind. My name is Polina, by the way. I'm Anton. I already know that. Hey, Anton? She stumbled as she's trying to decide whether she should continue. What are you doing after school? Chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant. Nothing much. Finished my sentence. She was the fox. Oh, was it another one of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. Something got covered with beads of sweat like after PE class. I wanted to take a shower as if thinking of Fox Girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, and lured me to the forest entrance. I have a violin lesson and then I'll be free. My grandpa hired me a private tutor. Our music teacher is a violinist and he doesn't have anyone to teach here except for me. free hand in the air imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Alicia out of my head. I looked at Polina's lips, catching every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, tingly. Felt like I was very small and the feelings were immense, and they couldn't fit inside me. They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village. Normally Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's sick. He's been sick lately. I snuck a glance at V's photo. This is a story. Now shut up and listen. It's a horror visual novel. His eye wells were studying me. His lips were wearing black lipstick, just like the portrait on the gravestone. I mean, I'm not a coward. It's just I think I'll be safer together with you. Will you go home with me, Anton? There it was. Finally, everything I read about in the adventure books, everything I dreamed about was seeping into my life. Mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. Oh my god. A duel. Thinking of Simon instantly sobered me up, returning back to Earth, and it started shaking under my feet like a deck of a ship. Only I could rise to the occasion in front of Polina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't be the worst of it. The worst part is that Polina will see all of that. She'll laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state. I doubt I'll be able to stay. You know, Simon is waiting for me outside. I need to deal with him one-on-one like a man. Nonsense! Polina brushed off some hair from her forehead. I sensed weak aroma of blackberry. Polina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulp it. Oh my god! Remember the summer evenings at the countryside, the fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, soft cover of pine needles under my soles. The few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Could I have foreseen the upcoming catastrophe and the crackle of the coals and our parents' laugh and the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile the world was? Do you really think that savage will give you a fair fight? He'll just swarm me with his friends without giving you a chance to catch a breath. Police suddenly flashed a devious smile. But if we go together, they'll be put off. I'm not only the first violin of this village, I'm also a girl. I've heard from a delinquent that I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around. Can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor. A delinquent, you know? Better than me, taller, more handsome. Oh, I have to go to music class. She made a couple steps and stopped. Amazing Polina didn't look like those beauties from magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. But in the flickering light, the ceiling lamp, she looked much more alluring. Can you play anything? My parents bought me a guitar a couple years ago. I immediately remembered my meager attempts at playing music. And change were all waiting for change. Soy's song echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. The guitar got lost somewhere as refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it more. I don't, sadly. A pity. Oh well, I'll be going. Bye! Her shout was captured by the loud echo. Bye. Schoolyard is empty. Let's go get her butt kicked. She's becoming my friend, even my girlfriend. And even though my inner voice was hesitant, it whispered about running away from the killers lurking in the woods at night. Polina was worth the risk. The red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for V And this will bring me a reward. More money will almost guarantee peace in my family. Gifts for Olia. I imagine my sister happy like those girls who get prizes from something in the finest hour. She'll be dancing with famous singers, maybe new popular boy band like, oh my god. Mom and dad hugging in the... Why do you have to have big words? And then all of us going to Disneyland. Love how it ends with all of us going to Disneyland. Hell yeah. Is this even on anymore? It's not on anymore, that's why. Oh. Oh shit. I think they're the same person though. That's the problem, is I think they're the same person. But I really kind of want to see what Fox Girl would do. Because if they're not the same person, then going with the Fox Girl would be funny, I think. Or at least more interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna do Fox. You went on a date? You went on a date with Alicia? Oh, it's an actual date? What the hell? Plus, we're going out the back door, so we shouldn't run into Simon, right? School doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller. High note that comes before an intense scene. I ran around the school corner trying not to catch anyone's attention. Smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when a silhouette in the second floor window, it must be Polina, gliding a bowl of violin screams with her head slightly tilted to the side. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Polina was only a dark outline on the window's yellow sheet. He's still there. Will the Fox Girl still be there, even though I told her I'd have to go home after school? Invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crows of cawing birds. The hum of its engine sounded like howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Alicia and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard near the hanged man. What'd she mean by that? Excuse me? A silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end, leaving the cigarette smoke in its wake. It was an adult, a teacher maybe? There was a hanged man drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played the hangman here. Scribbled on both sides, escape, fear, truth. Come closer, sweetheart. Took me a while to realize where the sound was coming from. My eyes scrolled through the cul-de-sac at the school backyard through windows of snow. One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts. Give me a heart! Blink of an eye, white crust crumbled, and the fox jumped out at me. Made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. Sliver of snow shined on her coat. I couldn't even imagine thinking about girls with tails can be this. I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious, totally sweet. Fight back or your heart is in my bag. Aw, come on. Quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Elisa. She tried to dodge it, but it was too late. It hit her shoulder. Ah, you insolent boy. Yep, that's me. Fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself. You are sly, but I'm a fox. And I think out of the side of the box. Her retribution was swift. The snowball arced its way above the snow yard, and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but it slipped and fell to my knees. While I was getting up, I caught a huge hunk of snow with my face. It burned from the cold. I swore loudly from immense disappointment. Sector's Gaza songs? Jesus. A lot of things going over my head here. I'm just standing up. Ow. Dad heard this. He definitely gave me a good whipping. He had very low tolerance towards obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian. Oh, come on. Can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hood as if this... To show compassion, took me by the elbow and helped me get up. That's what I'm saying is I think they're the same person. With care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back. Now we're even, Tosha. Only people who were close to me called me that, and I haven't even seen her real face. Didn't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat. Want to go ahead? We were going to look for V, remember? We'd better hurry before my parents start looking for me. Fox let out a lazy groan. Parents. Don't be so boring. Let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyways. How do you know that? Not even a secret. Always way too boring being locked up at a house full of adults. I get all jittery from both houses, even parents. See? Fox bro started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether to be able to move parts of her mask like that was genuine funny or not. Come on, Tosha, don't be scared. I can see you want to play. And if you win... But Dane's close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries and something. Smell of independence and true freedom. I mean, the kind where all you have to do in your life is run wild and eat sweets. Whisper poured in my ear like scalding hot water. If you win, I'll be your guide. Believe me, I have lots of things to show you. We'll surely find your view for one. Felt a giant invisible spring bent inside me. Tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. So weird. I had a conversation with Polina, and now Alyssa was going to drag me along with her. And what if I lose? A clouch. You're so softy. Come on, let's go. Promise. It sounded almost like a threat. Hypnotized me. Bent down, scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Alyssa was joking or being serious. Was there always a third option with people like her? Between her jokes, her laugh, and her hot breath in my ear, I wanted to win. Punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed that clearly was too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed, or rather intoxicated by the thirst for adventure by my curiosity. Just like that time when I ate the cherries from Mom's Navlika and lied down with my eyes closed for a while. The bed was spinning underneath me. I spat, then cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little sister fox? Well, then let's play. Arm myself with snowballs, chasing the fleeting fox girl. I saw a familiar street with wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and the owners would peek out their windows. At least a small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. A waste of ammunition. Birches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snowplow towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, there's only fox around here. She's alone already too much. It's the puppy dog! Hookah, follow me, girl. Split personality? Maybe. It seems like everybody in this town is kind of a little cuckoo. And shove some snow down my collar. But Hulka, who was just running in circles around her, gave her away. Broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. Put my hat on, I peeked her from the side of the pine. Make her think it was my head. I bit my lip, stopped myself from laughing, and then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Probably cracked my plan right away, but I still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg, and she got shot in the chest and in the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes. Pleading for mercy, she yells, choking from laughter. Please, mercy! I'm dying! Okay, I'll let you live. Thank you, oh valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me and then grabbed 2 handfuls of snow and, like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots. He'll let me live, huh? Learn me how to do it if you're so smart. Shut up, you're already dead. When did that stop me? Let's play something more interesting. She jasped behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction. 1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. I instantly moved towards the windfall. 6 on end, the wolf's gray fur will stand. I thought I was real tail gliding across the bushes. I rushed to intertwine branches that helped Elise to hide as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like a spider web. Branches sprang back into my face, but it felt like they were crashing They were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating, but still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little fox. Alyssa's voice was wandering among the windfall. 7, 8, stop your hooves and wait. Ha 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 ha. Seems like I underestimated you. I thought you were just a boy. Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side. And you're a bunny. So nimble, so cute. A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my ear. I'll show you, bunny. Yeah, do that. Show me. I rushed there, jumping over a raven. Bunny, show yourself. Be brave. Give the beast fresh meat they crave. The furry color that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey. The one jump and the fox was in my embrace, so smooth, so desirable. Fine, fine, you win. She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing. Please, let's have a break. You're too fast, too strong, too tasty. Satisfied, I put my hands on my side, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. What I got instead was a sly snowball in my smug face. Cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Alicia to tackle and subdue her. Tear off her mask, see everything. Poor little bunny jumps around in wet pine forest, afraid of getting eaten by the big gray wolf, thinking of hot summer, keeping his ears low, sneaking glances at the hidden sky. Sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using the barking of Hulka as a guide, since she was closely following her owner. It was getting closer. The same tail I imagined back at school blinked under my feet. It turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster. I felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside of me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, and I felt much stronger. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every inch of branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing. Another colorful spot to the right. Elisa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all that. I'll get naked and feel the wind till the last drop. Oh, Jesus. I reached the top of my hat, throwed away everything that stopped me from wanting wild in this forest. Backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along with the pens that were inside, with all the notebooks, all my drawings on the sidelines, and the dinosaur for Oya. Oya. Suddenly a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister standing still near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small childless palms are pressed against the glass, leaving marks when they warmed it up. She can warm up a whole world like that. She's looking at Taiga and saying my name. Tosha! I stopped, take a brief breath, realized how rash and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack as if it was a part of the bean I dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone, how she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running the forest that I used to scare my sister with. I'm having fun while she's not even allowed over the doorstep. Sit in your cage, Oya, and watch the same cartoons over and over again. Tosha! Yes, Oya? Tosha, where are you? Where are you hopping to, fucker? Wow. Oh, uh-oh. From the darkness behind the pines, just like the cavemen from their cave, appearing smirking Simon with a bunch of his cronies. Yo. And Toshka. Thought you could slip away, huh? Check out this four-eyed freak, eh? Surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. Smells sweet, sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty as if I had licked a battery. Alicia! And my companion turned into a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. Dreamt of finding that fox among the trees, expected her to come to my rescue, but only the wind replied to my pleas. Where's Alicia? What'd you do to her? I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary. Who the fuck's Alicia? Did you hit your head? Whatever, we'll fix you up right. Pushed me so hard that I hit my back against the tree. Ow. So, feeling better now? It can't be. Did Alicia really lure me into this trap to these bastards? Can't believe this. Looky here, guys. He's not so brave here compared to the school. Total wimp, eh? You fucked with the wrong guy, transfer student. Simon was moving towards me, readying his fist. That moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hands. It was unexpected. It seems like Fabian wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with his very strong and sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first. I'm not saying that. Is this your Elise? Only then I noticed Holka besides my legs, trembling from the cold. Snow plastered all over his fur. Delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand. Alicia, come here, you flea-ridden bitch! She started carefully moving closer. Yeah, come here, I got some for you. Oh no! Oh! No! I won't be able to shit after this. Let me kick the fucking thing one more time. Don't you fucking take... Don't. No. No. The stray was already nowhere to be seen. That's right. You an idiot? Go show the Four Eyes his place. In a way, he'll understand. Yeah, he fucking owes you. The wimp whacked you in front of the whole class. I mean... You deserved it. Sure thing. Simon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face. In a moment, I'll hit your face so hard it'll leave a mark the rest of your life. Let my inner strength and bravery go. Stop. Oh. You guys should give me a hand. I mean, a rough push towards the bastard with a slanting eyes and tripped me. Okay, I don't want to read all this. Oh, Anton. Morons. Did you know that my dad... This came the last straw. Fear and anger grappling inside me like that. He also knows Aikido, got it? He's a vet. He'll kill the likes of you with his eyes closed. One word from me and he'll... Give me an opportunity to stand up. You believe me, or was confused face twisted with rage? Vet, you say? My dad also fought in the war. In Afghan. And yours? Mine too. Oh really? What force did he serve in? Fear chomped at my rage throat and made it bleed. He's full of shit, Ronka. Sure as fuck. You think I'm so easily tricked? I can see through all your lies, little bitch. It's a nasty smile. Didn't bode well. Well, you've asked for this. Teacher saved you at school, but here... You're fucked. That's right. Pray that they find your dead body come spring. If only you'd stayed silent, wouldn't have lost a hair. And one thing, but fucking around with stuff like Afghan, where my dad spent time under fire on international duty. Give him a good pounding. Oh, he's gonna die. I look silly. Took a boxing stance. What are you, fucking Mike Tyson? The rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. Edge of my vision, I notice the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sense Romo's claws grab at my backpack. Give me your shit. He'll get in the way. He's about to refuse and willing to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket. Oh. Put the blade to my neck. Hey, easy, buddy. I can make it painful. Jesus Christ! You're fucking kids! Are you hiding something from us? Some rat stole my school shoes. Oh my god. Let me see if it was... Eh, what's this? Bunny mask. Old bunny mask. Worn out ears barely visible. It's way past New Year's, moron. Or are you really a loony? It's not mine! How come it's not? It's in your backpack. You know what? Put it on. Why? Because I'm telling you to. You'll hop like a bunny for us. Yeah, come on. Or leave you pantless, eh? What if someone in your class will pass? I won't. Put it on him. Where the fuck? Where's this fucking fox? If he won't hop, you'll take his place. Got it? This piece of shit won't. Just look at him. He's totally loony. This loony had already smacked you in the face. Rompka's right. Come on, assert your fucking dominance. Or we'll make you hop so hard your tits will fall off. Oh, Jesus. Here. It'll fit better this way. Ugh. I wanted to tell Simon something and stop suddenly. Put it on fast, or you're dead. Could become my second skin only... If only I was to put it on, if only my face was to touch its bumpy surface, I'm sure the fur will glitter, the ears will tremble like they're alive. Just need to put it on and Simon and his friends will be gone forever. Oh. I have to pee, so I'll be right back. And then we'll decide. Sorry. I'm here. I really gotta do more work on this wig. It looks too much like, looks too much like a wig. We're just gonna put it on. Fur felt warm to the touch, just like expected. Got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine. This is it. My salvation. Just put it on. Nobody will hurt you. The forest froze, gazing at me with cracks in the bark. Acted slowly. Took off my glasses. Got rid of the spit on the paper mache. Something was trying to break out, and I needed to help it. Started moving towards my flaming cheeks. Just like that. In the movie with Jim Carrey, the mask had power, had strength. Carton touched my skin. It enveloped my skull and my nose, took shape on my face. Smelled like animal lair and pine. My lips touched some sort of hard, wavy material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys frozen in the clearing, snowflakes frozen in the air. Trees, whose shadows formed black streams towards me. A weird silhouette in the eerie twilight behind the windfall. All silent, Simon nervously whispered, Hey guys, what's up with him? Broadened my shoulders. Muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plumes of fog flew towards me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the force power with every pore of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growling. He's turning. You asked for this. I made a step forward. Simon carefully stepped towards me as if he's walking on ice. The trail from my dream snaked in front of me again. Endless, alluring, it was beckoning me away from all the problems to the new wonderful world, the world of magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opened my coat, and threw it to the snow with a fast motion. Then growled. Felt like something was frantically looking for an exit underneath my skin. I went towards Simon. He's turning! Fuck! Turning. Wow. Clear and blew up historical laughter. Wave his fist like a club. Such a moron, Tosha. Fist collided with the mask. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There's no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew towards the bushes and landed on my butt. My vision blustered by adrenaline a moment before it returned to normal. That was something. I thought he'd get on all fours and tear us to bits. Like a carrot. Did you see that? Did you? Does that count as him hopping? That was even better. The mask had one advantage. If I cried now, nobody would see my tears. What a loony. You belong in a loony house. For animals, eh? Simon put his knee into the snow pile. Ripped the glasses out of my nimbled fingers. Get my glasses back! I won't make it home! Bullshit. Have you heard of the bunnies have good sense of smell? So don't worry, just use it. Hippity hop, hippity hop. Simon shoved the trophy into his pocket and flashed me a toothy grin. Besides, bunnies don't wear glasses. Now scram. Stood up. Trees became a blurry dark wall. Wobbling around me, there were black spots on them, my eye sockets and mouths. But it looked like there was more of them than there should be. I turned to the forest. Simon Boot came to my rescue, kicking me in the butt, quickening my shameful retreat. Hippity hoppity. Threw the mask into a ravine out of spite. Oh, now we're alone in the forest without glasses. That's not good. The sky was pushing me down. Wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dry now. Only sadness and longing were left. A desire to bury myself under the snow. Or leave for the Neverland, joining V and Sinya. I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here. Somewhere very far away. Hey, what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them? See, you'd be so careless. Do you think I own money printing press? Yeah, right. You'll be wearing your old glasses till next year. Oil rushed to me. I saw a fox. Surprised akin to a shotgun blast. Could only flap my lips in reply. Cop shattered in many pieces with a loud bang. Mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. The pause, just a split second, felt like eternity. Then my mom spoke in disappointment. First it was an owl, now it's a fox? Will you ever get tired of this? But it's true. She was so fluffy. She stood on her back legs near the hedge, just like a person. The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled. There was no fox. Stop making things up. Don't go near her. Sarah was ready to shake my sister up. She was doll made of cloth. What's wrong, Tosha? Don't go. You hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated. Well, a fox will bite you. I remember fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. Imagine my Elisa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with dangling sack in her hands. It wasn't a real fox. Tell him, will ya? She stood on two legs and she wore a dress. She was real. See? Mom showed us a tired smile as if the only explanation needed. I also forced a smile. My smile was a thin piece of soap right before it dissolved completely on your palm. When I left alone with my sister, I whispered, if you see her again, run. I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth. Washed them down with water. Please stop driving me mad, please. Doing my homework on a Friday evening like usual. I already finished that hard part. There was only my art homework left, my favorite subject. I needed to draw some sort of magical beast. Wanted to draw a dino at first, but my brush reached towards the orange paint all by itself. One stroke after another, a picture of a fox started slowly forming on a piece of paper. She almost popping out of the snow like a white sheet. She stood on her back legs, wore a shy smile. Brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail. A moment later, it dropped out on my weak hand. First, my drawing, I spent a while studying it in surprise if I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. Scary as the smile felt. Yeah, it was fucking masky bitch. I moved away from the table. The lamp's light reflected the wet paint. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me, waiting. Oh my god. Anton! Are you deaf? I was just thinking. I'll ask you again. Have you seen your sister? She's hiding somewhere again. Something moving on my bed and I froze. Leia's dirty face peeked out with a finger pressed to her lips. Shh. Oh yeah, I can see you. Get out of there. You're covered in dust. Oya crawled from under the bed and started dusting off her stockings, looking down. Let's go. I'll read you a fairy tale. Keep you company till you fall asleep. Want to sleep with you, not in that room. It's... Mom entered the room. What, the owl again? What do you think? Oya, it won't come anymore. I chased it away. Oya shook her head in defiance. You didn't. And it will come. It said that it'll come every night. Oh, it talks now? Well, I ignore the question and ask the newfound termination. Can I sleep with you? Please? This will be the last time.
No.
Didn't you say yesterday was the last time? Oh yeah, you're a big girl now. Why don't you let her sleep in my room? That was a great idea, but Oya shook her head again. No, I don't want your room. It watches you too. Felt goosebumps. Enough! There's no owl. You're sleeping in your own room tonight. Got it? Mom, please. Please. Mom took Oya's hand and tried to lead her out of the room. Let's go, sweetie. Don't bother your brother. Oya clutched the bed's head with her free hand. Please! I don't want to go to it! Mom was tugging Oya towards herself, but she didn't budge. Only the bed's head squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by picking Oya up, carrying her out of the room despite her desperate protests and pleas. No! Don't take me to it! It's gonna watch me again! Wow. Wow. It's watching you too. I felt uncomfortable. Barely managed to calm down only after closing the curtains. As soon as I closed my eyes, memories of my day started jumping around in front of me. I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of dead classical writers on their portraits. Around the corner, her daughter Katya, snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me. Hey, transfer student, transfer student. What do you want, Katya? She got up on her tippy toes, started swaying while hiding her hands behind her back, then asked me with a fake smile. Can I ask you something? Why'd you get transferred here? I told her the truth about this to Polina. But Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopikas. It'd be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near V's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to answer I knew by heart. It's all because of my parents. Dad has a new job here, and my mom. Katya didn't even listen to me. She just rushed towards the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling. Yeah, right. Takes us all for fools. I've heard it's all because of his father. He crossed the road of some big shot, and now their family's hiding in our remote little village. That's not true. You're lying. Oh, did you hear how he hit Beberin out of the blue? What kind of freak must you be to start bullying your classmates from day one? Simon? Stop. You know he started it. And if that wasn't enough, there's rumors that a weirdo carries a bunny mask with him wherever he goes. Who in their right mind would do something like that, huh, girls? I see our Instoska must be truly special. Must be a... Oh my god. Sure you'll be able to find an axe in his back pocket if you look hard enough, or something even worse. Shut up! Look at him scream as if something bit him. His pupils, look at how wide they are. I hope he won't go insane and resort to violence again. I mean, there's be a reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right? He's as insane as his little sister. What is this? Like, Jesus Christ, what is this? Not a single healthy person has seen it. A simpleton believes her. Can you imagine that? And it caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd. Polina, is that true, Anton? Are you really unwell? Polina, please listen to me. Yeah, right. Don't listen to this liar. You didn't even know that he cheated on you with someone not from our school. They're not even... What? This is a fucking dream. The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. He went nuts. Nuts! Help, help! Petrov went completely insane. Turned into a giant black forest chock full of faces. Shrank to a tiny ball of first, started shaking in fear before it might have ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell. Are you fine feeling your animal nature, coward? Ugh. Anton! Why her? No! What makes her better than me? He is just an animal, an outsider. Jesus. Oya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear. Anton, please, wake up, wake up! It's a silhouette near the window. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept repeating the same phrase. The owl! Please, I'm scared. Think for the owl's appearance, otherwise the scared Olga wouldn't have woken me up. Wait a second. Oh yeah. You want me to read Merzika for you? Give me. Place my heels on the floor. Felt around for my glasses. Remember Simon? His underhanded act inside. Anton, please. Look. Here. She couldn't tear her eyes off the window. It was a staring contest. I got up. My vision fooled me. Moving the window closer and push it farther to the next. It was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward. Oh yeah? What's there? What's happened? Do you want me to open the curtains? No, please don't. The owl's there. Coming from behind. Turned, froze with terror. Tear-eyed Olya stood in the doorway. Who? What are you talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer. I was talking to you, to someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my window creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. Oh, Anton, please, come closer, come closer. Pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me. I heard Oya's shrill scream when somebody had knocked on the window. Came to get us! Stepped back in the middle of the room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. Sound sharp metallic. The lamp started shimmering and then suddenly lighted the whole room and went out like a candle in a strong wind. The filament inside snapped. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Oya started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection, and then an eye, burning with carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window, it was toying with us. It just kept knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss. Go away! Get out! Shoot! She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching her arm like a pair of pincers. Anton! Anton! Come closer! I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot. Tell her, Anton! Tell it that I won't be a bad girl anymore. Never ever. I just wanted to leave. Please. Moonlight suddenly disappeared from the room, descended into darkness. We couldn't see the blurring eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. Stepped towards the curtains, entranced by the calls of his disfigured guest. I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good! The bleak window was creeping closer, curtains rustled. I reached out to move it aside so I could fear the eye. At that moment, I heard a noise come from her parents' room. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain aside in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The one that Simon took from me. How did they get here? Was it a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing in the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late-night guests. Only the old lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulation tape, stripes of glued newspaper. Opened the window with little trouble. Foss pinned me with little needles, paintings on the wall, moved from the draft. I touched the glasses, sure they would melt in my hands, but they were real. Brain scrambling for an explanation. Simon and his gang just pulled a prank on me, and that was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to our house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. There was none. Cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restlessness, writhing. Why aren't you in bed? Swayed from surprise, I almost fell out the window. You don't even mind? Did it feel hot in here? Did you want to catch a cold? The owl was here. I told you to chase it away. Go to your room immediately and get in your bed. And you. Seething eyes on me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Oya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way. We'll talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back into place with a couple of hits, pressed the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left my room, but the fear was still present. Placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. Didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. The night I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between heads. Yes! Fuck you, Simon! I wouldn't have thought of that, Nick. That's a good guess. Oh, okay. So, hopefully, this is the last chapter. I am like, I've wanted to quit this game like 6 times, to be honest, because it's just very, very slow. But we're getting to the end now, so we're gonna power through it. I might skip a lot. If it's a lot of detail, I just want to get through it at this point, because right now it's kind of like I want to know what's going on. I like the art, I like the detail and stuff, but it's definitely not something fun to read. You know? See, I knew as soon as he'd go missing, they'd get pissy and be like, oh, he's the one who hated him. You think he did it? I heard he's a weirdo. glasses. Simon was clutching them in his fists while I was getting beat up. And in just a couple hours, this last item was lying on the edge of my window. It's hard to imagine that's the name changed. I was shocked, but kept walking towards the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. The photo still stood before my eyes. Simon was gone missing. Simon is gone. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. His signet ring won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Wasn't that what I wished for? Alright, Nick. Get some rest. Thanks for hanging out. Did I really wish Simon to become a murky stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son or grandson, and he went through the same struggles as me. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? I didn't know the answer. I was just scared of it. Nonetheless, school still had something nice about it. Polina, the girl with the violin, was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulp down, pressing your lips against the zinc outer ring of a bucket, and can't ever get enough. What if I make her one of the characters in the story I'll draw? Protagonist will save her from terrifying monsters. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of classmates slid down the rails, smirking like xenomorphs from the Alien. Immediately it felt larva of fear writhed in my stomach. I didn't want to cross paths with them after what happened yesterday. I entered the classroom and went towards the last row. All the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked there in complete silence. Felt like my classmates pushed and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed my every move. They look at me with a mortifying mix of pity, ridicule, and desertion? Like a scientist looks at an ugly representative of a newfound species of worms. Started at the desk with a huge pile of library textbooks atop of it, my fist clenched. Felt like I was the one who disappeared in the snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. Simon's empty chair stood in front of me, and the chair once belonged to V gathered dust somewhere in another classroom. Fine. I'll sit down in his chair. For a moment hesitation, I sat down at Simon's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lilia at first. The chatter resumed as if someone had just unpaused the movie. Simon's grandma made such a fuss when he didn't return home. First, she ran to school, then she called the cops. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. Snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned into her neighbor's ear and whispered something. Girls from the second row also leaned in, shared something with them too, whispers and nods. Kept catching her stare on myself, neighbor too. The whole class was watching me. Felt like the need to watch me because they were searching for trace of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and shout, "Guys, listen, I'm innocent." The delinquents turned around and stared at me in silence. Their looks were dripping with malice. But why? What did I do to them? Their friend went missing. They're still focused on me. Suddenly I noticed drilling a hole in my nose with his eyes. Felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs. Everyone look! Simon snatched his glasses yesterday. Now he has them back, murderer. Remained silent as if there's nothing special about my glasses. I may be going mad, but I think Yasha knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler until my hand hurt. You don't have to be Columbo to solve this. Who held a grudge against Simon? Who hit him yesterday, bullied him, and then... The metal ruler fell out of my weak fingers. It hit the floor with a jingle that made the other kids shudder. Katya bit her tongue and squirmed nervously. Chair scraped against the floor, and my classmates moved away from me closer to the exit towards the teacher's desk. I was not only one to catch wind of the change. Rumka and Yasha looked around and winced in contempt. Too bad they weren't afraid of me like everyone else. Shut it. I betcha Simon just got a whipping from his old hag and ran off. They'll find him soon. They'll find him alright. In a ravine with his stomach cut open. Imagine Simon, a snowy blanket, his face white like a fish belly, split down the middle by the crevice of his mouth. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Weren't all of them supposed to disappear, along with everyone laughing onlooker? Of course, Simon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. That was the only ones. There was only one side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? Polina entered the classroom. Straightened up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared critter. Polina went to her seat without looking at me. Stop messing around, class. Stand up. You too, Petrov. Policeman in uniform. Hello there, kids.
Hi.
You can sit down. This is Senior Lieutenant Konstantin Vladimirovich, blah, blah, blah. It's gonna ask you a couple questions, give you a small PSA. Katrina, let the adults ask the questions here. We're all scared. Maybe the killer's somewhere close. Maybe they're even sitting among us. Anton Petrov? Yeah. Stand up, Petrov. If only it would be somewhere far away, blah, 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 blah. I don't know anything. I have nothing to do with this. Nobody's accusing you of anything. For now. Only then a file said case number in his hands. The gray cover. Made for a rough carton. It flopped on the desk like guillotine blade slid on someone's necks. With a measured motion, opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. I caught a glimpse of documents and photos. They showed prints on the snow. They looked like animal prints. Have you talked to Simon before? I only knew him for a week. Everyone knows that Petrov hated him. Ugly bitch, I wanted to sink my teeth into Katya's face and chew out her cheek. So I replied with the calmest voice I could muster. We had a fight yesterday. But he started it. So I hit him. How hard did you hit him? Not that hard, I mean. Waved my hand indecisively. Baburn is a troubled teen, a true pain in the rear. The officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out the notebook with the file. Is this yours? Math notebook with a name on it. Yes, we found it in the forest. Area where the tractor driver who was plowing snow there last saw Simon. Snitches get stitches. Took them away yesterday, now they're... Got to school through the forest. Could have easily fallen out of my bag. Be careful out there. Before I could realize whether it was genuine piece of advice or unveiled threat, the teacher said, "Class officer will now tell you about some rules you should follow. So killer does exist. We can't make any of this public for now. Whether a criminal really exists or not, you should be mindful of your safety. The police, your parents, your teachers all watch over you, but no one guard you better than yourself." Any questions?
Комендантский час.
Oh, should
причин
we
пока
open
нет.
it? Should we open it? Open it. Oh,
Слишком мало времени прошло с момента исчезновения вашего одноклассника.
oh, I need to
Вы
wait
все
till he turns
уверены,
around.
что он найдется?
Nobody paid me any money, so I opened the file. My fingers started shifting through the documents. 6-year-old girl left her home sometime in December. That looks like Paulina, doesn't it?
Поговорим о диких животных. Как известно, в наших лицах водятся волки, медведи.
Damn it. You think so?
До свидания, лейтенант.
Stay silent. I don't want to deal with it. Besides, he ain't gonna do anything anyway. Why is Paulina avoiding us? They didn't say anything. Sure as fuck thought about it. You were very wrong if you think that without Simon you'll have a better time here. We'll make this place hell for you, got it? See you, Four Eyes. It's been another week. Aw, what about talking to Paulina? Aww, all his classmates hate him. Who sent this note? Blackberry. Oh! Paulina. Ow. Have you lost your sight completely? Sorry, I was in a rush. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Did you know what you look like, Anatosha? Like blues improv. What do you mean? I always associate people I know with something. I do that too, but why music? Can't be anything other than music. Some people are like guitar solos, some are drums, some are like Lily Pavlona or horse marches. You're thoughtful, so mysterious, sometimes even a bit sad. You're definitely blues. What about the improv part? It's when the listener has no idea where the melody will go, what tempo it will adopt. Of course, some of the things Paulina said went completely over my head. But I couldn't stop looking at her smile like the breeze in May and her eyes deep blue. One needs to have experience and taste to recognize music in you. You're not some pop music. I don't think I even know what blues is. Don't say something like that to my face. I'll make sure to give you a cassette. Grandpa used to bring me so much music from the city, jazz, swing, and classical too. He was the one to notice my musical mindset. When I was still very little, I tried to recording the sounds of nature on paper, the sounds of rain in the forest. Wish I had ears like yours. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'd love to have your eyes. Don't stop worried that she'd make fun of me. No, I'm serious. You have the eyes of an artist. You're so good at picturing things. I can't do that. Katia walked past it with her frosty glare. We dove into the shadows trying to escape it. You understand why we're hiding here, right? Because of people like her. What kind of melody is Katia? Squeaking sound of unoiled door hinges. You know, this nasty disdain. Katya didn't hear whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went her way. Remember about the notebook? I'm still clutching my hand. I turned it in my hands. Instead of a subject name, the front side of the name, owner 2 words, friends only. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. I'm sorry, is this a questionnaire? Have you ever filed one? Filled one?
Mm-hmm.
Reality, girl classmates from my previous school had never asked me to fill their questionnaires. It was quite upsetting. I mean, it was a girl hobby, so you just answer a set of standard questions about your favorite actors and colors, and entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. Maybe of something even more, something I only had a vague idea about. You can fill in mine if you want. Heartbeat quit. I do, thank you. Actually, there's so many secrets there. You'd be better off not knowing what we girls think. She reached for the notebook playing with me. I tossed my findings into my free hand. Belinda tried to intercept my move. Oh, her hair briefly touched my face, tickling my nose with silky locks. Aww. I sensed the aroma that immediately filled the whole world, fragrant, alluring, and lively. Only I could picture it, steal it for myself. I felt dizzy. I gathered myself, spoken in a voice of reminiscent of Lieutenant Kickoff. Questionnaire is an important piece of evidence, so I'm afraid I have to confiscate it for further examination. What are the implications of concealing evidence? We'll decide that in course of our investigation. I surrender, Mr. Policeman. Just promise you won't read anything. It's full of sensitive information. I'm afraid I'll have to investigate whether someone is in love with Mr. Petrov. Press yourself against my chest, shower me with the aroma of her hair and her milky skin that looked almost transparent with tiny threads of veins running under it. Her whisper was hot, like a piece of butter sizzling in a pan. Then swear that you'll keep this information private. Swear on my police badge. Now I need to hurry, Antosha. 3/15/87 DuckTales. Eleven Biasha. Oh. Darwin Duck and DuckTales. Decorated with flowers and clippings from the Cool Girl magazine. Oh, it's one of those. Listening is her hobby. Came to mind with cool dancers in their music videos. New Year's. My hobby is drawing. My hero. Move on its own writing. Spider-Man. Transformers. Who's your best friend? Aww. Someone needs my help who will never betray or hurt me. Family is the most important thing ever. That's what Dad always told me. Ah, fuck off. Not a grin. In a hurry, eh? Little bit. Dad is waiting for me. I'll shoot him a pager message if you're not coming, eh? Let's go, we have small business to discuss. Small business. Get your old man, we have small business to discuss. There he is, eh? I could see that. Well, hello there, Antosha. What do you want? Stepped back, instinctively ran my back into... We wanted to know. Do you have any hard feelings for me or... Yosha? Picking his yellow tail, looking at me with an evil smirk on his face. Well, there in the forest, we kind of roughed you up. It's just our poor upbringing, you know? Yeah, not as cultured as you city folk. God, look at his fucking face. So we get feisty sometimes. Little bird told us that you were snooping about Polina again. I see you boys are getting along quite well. Oh yeah, Kata. Oh, no need to thank me. I'm always fighting for true love. I'll kill you, I swear. Can't hear you. Were you near Polina or not? Well, we didn't hang out or anything. Only thing hanging out here will be our cuts when I cut open your stomach. Oh, jeez. I see you near Polina. Even once, you won't get away with a simple bump. Got it? I don't even know what's going on.
В общем, я сегодня книжку читала, там ребята учились в школе, прям как ты ходишь в школу, и они в школу ходили. Вот. И у них был какой-то праздник, и они там поделки лепили и делали все своими руками.
Mini version of mom. You were listening to me, were you? Try copying mom facial expressions. I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care. Lost in thought. Let's play the console. And what about the second controller? It's not working. Dad has no time to fix it. We can play with the light gun. What do you want to play? Cowboys, ducks? You're better than me than both. Oh, come on. You must have been practicing the whole time I was away from home. How did you know? But I'm a good shooter now. You already lost. You picked the wrong fight. Here, come on. Turn it on.
Россия переживает.
Anything interesting happen at home? What happened, Oya? Mom, she had this scary thing happen to her again. She had a fit, huh? This happened before. It was a rare occasion. Now that we moved to this godforsaken place, Mom fits rose in frequency. Dad brought home a big fish. It was wrapped in a newspaper, had a foul smell. Mom got angry again and she took a knife. They started screaming at each other. She wasn't even trying to hide. Her parents just paid no mind to her at all. The mom struck it like this. She hit the fish. It was alive, Tosha. It must have been in pain, and Mom... Whenever death got this close to my mom, be it when a person was hit by a bus or in front of her, their blood was smeared all over the windshield. Or Grandma chopped off a chicken head, Mom would always get into a weird, dreadful fit. Oh. What about Dad? Did he help her? Yes, but at first, he started laughing. He let out an evil laugh when he saw Mom was in trouble. Then he cried. Seeming like the forest oozing madness not only completely consumed our mom, but also infected our strong and courageous dad. Quickly stepped towards Oya, locked her in a tight embrace. Oh. Why are they bullying each other, Tosha? Are they crazy? Settled unable to justify her parents. I ran out of words. All I could do was hug Oya even tighter. What? Jesus. Too bad most of the names are just levels of the same game. Background music from the menu soothed Oya's mind. She asked in a calm tone, "How are things at school?" "Nothing good. The school is new, but my treatment is the same. As if we never moved. I'm so tired of this." Something evil right deep inside my skull, awakening wild and pleasant memories. Actually, something good did happen. Watched with hope-filled eyes, a wicked smile across his face, faintly resembling the wound from a box cutter knife. Another boy went missing. "Tosha, do you think that's good? Why do you say that?" "You know, the other missing boy, V, maybe what happened to him was all his fault. Maybe he did something so bad that he no longer deserved to live." "Don't be so cruel, please." She's bound to listen to what I think about them all. These beasts pretending to be children. My turn to speak. I think they won't be the last. People like them are not worth of the living going to the same school with us or looking at your light. "Tasha, stop it! You're scaring me. Don't be scared. I can protect you." I finally noticed that Oya was looking at me like I was a stranger. "Who are you?" The rage welled up inside me, subsided. It hid under the guise of my cowardliness. Leave me alone with the growing feeling of guilt scaring my sister. "Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Guess I'm going crazy in that school." "It's okay, Tosha. Just please never say anything like this again." I swear on my mom's heart. "And you told me never to say that." "You're right. Let's start playing already. I'll go first." You actually gonna play it? That's funny. It's going easy on you. Okay, we're done playing. Anton, there's a call for you. Watch your step. Grab the phone. Hello? Your mom is such a young voice. Well, yeah, I mean, she is young. You busy right now? No, of course not. She knew how costly this conversation could be for me, what risk I took on just answering this call. There's a pen and a shabby notepad lying on the nightstand. Picked them up, started moving the tip of the pen across the paper, producing chaotic doodles that always end up turning into hearts. Been thinking, I need to tell you something. Rose. Can't be, does she like me? When I saw you at school today, you were pale like a ghost. Wanted to say that I'm on your side. And I feel sorry for you. Good guys like you deserve better. I want you to believe that you'll find the strength to fight back at some point and the others will stop picking on you. Maybe you'll even find a girlfriend. Well, I just wanted to let you know that you're a nice guy. You there? Will you take long? In the middle of conversation. What happened? Give me a bedtime story, please. Mom fell asleep. Go to your room, I'll be there in a minute. Just be quick, okay? Fine. Polina, sorry, I need to run. Can you imagine there's someone in love with me and he snoops about my windows demanding to go on a date with him? I'll go chase him away before Grandpa wakes up. Or maybe I should give him a chance. I'll tell you tomorrow if you want. We're friends after all. Whoa. Yeah, sure. Good. Oof. Oh. Doesn't show up home until late at night because of his new job. Parents don't have time for me, put it lightly. Well, where's your book? Oh yeah? Gotcha. Who's behind the clock? Alicia! No! Oh yeah. Have you seen the Foxy? Oh yeah. Why did you go outside? If Mom finds out, it's a frozen place. She was in hand's reach. Probably to make sure. Hoot hoot. She won't. There was somebody else hiding the feathers in the carton. Just lure me out. Grant me hope. My sister there, my salvation. I cry about my face, me as a Christmas compliant. Oh. Scrofu stood in my way. Moments were jerk, chaotic, or performing some terrible dance. Both during a stroke. Even though I could clearly see the wolf's face was a mask, something in this world's convulsions made me freeze in place. The boy in a werewolf's costume rubbed his side against the porch, feel his knees. He bent his back so hard that I expected his spine to crack. The beast's eyes shone, but he didn't attack. He kept calling around, running on all fours. I shifted my feet, my mouth agape, trying to keep him in line of my sight. Something was trickling from the slit of his mask. Viscous drops fell from the wooden planks. Saliva. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering to save myself. Fence was flashing by the edge of my vision. Running in another direction, towards the toothy edge of the forest that smelled of pine. Heart beat measured. The wolf boy growled behind my back as if he forgot his human nature. My right leg got stuck in the snow-like cavity. I yanked it out, cursing my breath under my breath and fell to the ground. Plastering snow prevented me from standing up and propping myself up against anything. But my unbound thirst for life helped me get out of the trap. Darkness was creeping. Toxic fumes of burial pyres. I ran again, gasping for air that stung my throat. My hair swayed in the wind. I lost my hat when I fell down, and my ears were now hot from freezing cold, while most of my body was still sweating. The field finally ended. After realizing running into the forest wasn't the smartest decision I could make, I dove into the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covering in one of my palms. Didn't want to lose an eye to some random branch. running, he's running. He rammed into a trunk. Phew, you're fast. What are you doing here? This and that. Working part-time in Lost and Found. Put it on or your ears will freeze and maybe even fall off soon. At least it might be holding a severed head or something even more scarier. At the end, my hat turned out to be just a hat. Took it, put it over my forehead. Feeling warmer? There was some children in the yard. And? Did they bite you or something? No. Then why did you run away? Why did I promise to never call you a dunce again? Oh well, I promised. How many times do I need to tell you you're safe as long as you're with me? I'm your friend. And they are too. Kids en masse appeared at the clearing. At least they look like kids since they're all pretty short. Wolf boy, an owl girl, a bear boy. Well, there's 3 kids now. Simon. V. I don't know who the owl is though. Thought you fell through the snow. Started digging around but couldn't find you. And I didn't care enough. You see, if you're dumb, you run around and dig. If you're smart, you wait until the others get tired of running around and digging. Then you start talking. You're a brat. You're a brain brat. Huh? Don't mind him, he's a weirdo. I had no idea how to react around the words of these late night guests, but I managed to squeeze out something. You just scare me, that's all. Yes, the fox is right. He's the one? No, this is our... Have we finally found him? Our bunny? He looks the part. First! Of course you were first. Wolfie here was the first to sense the bunny in you. He told us about you. Hello. You've already met our hootie friend before. She isn't that scary, is she? Yes. And this smiling big guy here is Teddy. Be mindful with him or it'll chew off your head. What? See, you've also dropped your sense of humor somewhere on the way. Put her hands in her sides, theoretical manner, somehow managed to wink in her fox face. Next time we come, we'll ring bells for you. That way you'll be less scared of our visit. Do we even have any bells? I won't be ringing. My paws hurt. My smile was no longer fake. Ah, you showed us your teeth. That's a good sign. I didn't expect you to find us fun. I thought it was an emotion reserved strictly to Disneyland. You know that. I read about it somewhere. Read about me? Aren't you funny? No, about Disneyland, darling. You can read human? Do you think I've been going to school every day for nothing? Yeah, that's Polina.
Как детей не замечать, как мечты их развенчать. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе. Крепко-накрепко вломить, с детства слабеньких чморить. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе.
They look friendly and welcoming. There's something about them that attracted me. So he's the bunny. Animalistic malice in their touch. I can trust them. Nobody will hurt you anymore. For Rand. Yeah, if somebody even tries to. Fox gave me a slight tug and I burst out laughing. Well then, Tosha, will you run away screaming or come with us? Where to? Haha, to the amusement park. The moment Taiga's deceptive silence was broke by the sound of a distant flute. Memorizing and luring, it brought the ring of crystal glass and whispers of fresh winter spring. I had any doubts before, the flute song shattered the last of them. New friends before I can even make my decisions. I was so in awe, I tilted my head backwards as far as I could. Hoot, what sign? It's so beautiful! This is nothing! I can show you so much more if you want. I did want. I wanted to see what the fox girl with her eyes hidden in the semi-dark of her cape. Now, I didn't feel weird about these masks, because I felt weird for being the only one without a mask. I felt like I was naked in January once. Why do you guys wear these masks? It wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from particular anxiousness, the anticipation of something amazing. And why do you ask? I'm not wearing one. Haha, I love human tails. Human nails? Human fails. I already told you. All the villagers wear masks. It's just you won't find anything human underneath them. Even me? You're so clumsy, Anton. I've already found your glasses once already. And you're grat. And you're a real face. The bunny mask. The glasses they found in Simon's possession. The new acquaintance must have known what happened to him, or even worse. Where did Simon disappear to? What happened to him? The other children? Crimson the ball of the fox Laura, the pointy nose of her mask. The one who was kept in a cage. The one who cuts into little pieces raw. The one who wears a skin face took them. If I knew how to cross myself, I'd do it. So you're saying it was a human? Are you even listening to us? How can you call someone like that human? You just wore one word for him, an adult. So easy to get lost in the adult world. Killers, cruel animal trainers, and cold parents. If you don't want to get sad, better not think about them. I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to be sad. Somehow, I'm almost not sad today. What about you, Anton? Huh? What now? Are we going to sit here, be sad, or have some fun? At least someone wanted to show me something. Let's start with the sweet stuff. Ew. Felt like my body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. Chewed on the waffle and the chocolate, gulped them down, enjoyed the vivid taste. Thanks. To have a hot bath or being outside in winter when you lie there and purr from the soapy water. See, I told you, this is yours. Mine. Move in for it. The fun won't have itself. You're safe with us, and all your dreams will come true. So happy I finally found you, Bunny. I realized how alive my surroundings have become. I heard the dry grass under the snow moan. I saw faces of the trees and the stars. The trees were smirking, the stars were grimacing in fear. That's right, be scared. I'll jump to you and snap my teeth and let out a jubilant laugh, jumping along with the fox. Someone put a spell on you? Someone standing next to me, I thought, trying to unglue my chin from my desk. My muscles felt slightly sore, but the feeling was pleasant. The whole class was wandering about for some reason, whispering, passing notes to each other. Faces looked discolored, masked to me, bleak and boring. I yawned, remembering the time I was soaring high above the forest, with Elisa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hand. Probably it was all just a dream. But I didn't walk back from the forest, I just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. Still, I hardly worried about trying to find a rational explanation for my night dance. The feeling of flight was much more important. The knowledge of how it feels to be hanging in the air above treetops of majestic pines and burying my teeth at the moon. Sorry, I got lost in thought. Have you heard about Katya? Huh? Glanced at the empty seat. Katya went missing. My sleeplessness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicion. What do you mean? It can't be. Knitted hat with a pom-pom, a white scarf, and gloves. Oh, they gave him a hat. Couldn't believe it at first, but Lilia didn't come to work today. Test is off. I remember Katya. She was both beautiful and mean. Oh my god. There's still 2 more. Man. Okay, I'm gonna save it. It's getting really hard to get through it. We might come back to it to finish it off, but I'm just having a hard time getting through it. It's very slow, and I have no idea what's going on, which is fine. Like, I don't have to know what's going on. It's just like it's not really grouping me. It is good overall, but this is definitely something that I would want to like listen to while doing something else. It's very hard to just focus on this alone. So I don't regret playing it. It's just interesting. it's very I don't know. I don't even know how to put it, really. I don't know what to do with it. So I'm just gonna call it a day there. We'll be back on tomorrow. I think I'm gonna move my time between 8 and 9 because it seems to be kind of the flow of what I've been doing recently. And we'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably play something else. We'll probably play one of the other games, or I might try a sim or something like that. But I will see you then. Thanks for hanging out. If you wanted to see what was going on and you missed the stream, the replay and stuff is on YouTube. I eventually am going to get all my stuff updated and graphics and stuff so that I can let everybody know what's going on. I'll have a button that'll plaster up on the screen so it can be read, and then it'll post in chat, all that good things. But until then, I just have to tell you. So I will see you tomorrow.